All right. Welcome back. Welcome back to the Watches and Style channel. This is your host, Young Brando, live from Los Angeles. Let's go right in. I didn't really have time to discuss the results of this auction. Um, it's been a couple of days now, but we can get back to it. I was trying to do some of it yesterday night, but I ended up nuking the entire stream, so that's lost to the ages. It's quite all right. We'll pick it up now. I also apologize for the delay. As it happens, I actually got some food and needed to get it in my system before I could share anything with you. All right, let me see what I can find from yesterday, in fact, because they have changed the outlook of the whole thing. It's much harder to negotiate now, or navigate, I should say. All right. Found it again. So, of course, when you look at the macro, when you look at what they have realized, it looks pretty good, right? They sold most of the watches, most of the lots are accounted for, and they realized they totaled a final amount more than 5 million euro. So there can't be much of anything wrong with that. And as you can see, here are some of the lots that they designated as top lots, and we have already spoken about some of them, some in the preview, some in the live stream that I did yesterday. But we'll start from the scratch, basically, and actually go through what I consider to be the top lots. And if you want me to pay attention to any particular lots, if you want to draw my attention to a watch on this auction, just send a super chat with the lot number, and I would be more than happy to go in detail and talk about the watch in and out. Number 8, lot number 8 was pink on pink Patek Philippe, a reference number 1577, roughly from 1949. An Art Deco rectangular watch in pink gold with a salmon pink dial, which sold for 8,000 euro. Lot 17 was a Paul Newman exotic dial Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference number 6241. And as you can see, it sold right under the lower end of that estimate. I've talked about this a couple of times. As a rule of thumb, I think it's usually safe to assume that the lower end of the estimate is also the reserve price, that the low estimate actually coincides with the reserve, but that need not be the case. And in fact, a lot of times that's not the case. So even watches like this that are in times of prosperity, let's put it that way, very well desired, aspirational pieces, pieces that are hyped up, that every serious collector wants to go after, or these are the pieces that people go after to show that they're serious collectors. So there you go. It's a Paul Newman exotic dial that actually sold for less than the lowest estimate. If anyone is still telling you that the prices are stabilizing and that the market is recovering, I don't know. Maybe this time they are hoping for a Valentine's Day miracle, perhaps. Um, they will try. They will try. They will never tire of spinning these sorts of stories and coming with hot takes, but it's just not working out. It's not that model where they were trying to sell uh, watches that are in current production for 2, 3, 4 times. That's never going to be sustainable. There can be in the future moments in the market where one or two brands or one or two models of a handful of brands might be valued like that, just like when a Basquiat sells for millions and millions of dollars. That doesn't mean your friend, the artist, the neighborhood painter, is not still living in squalor, is not still making a couple of $100 from uh, a single painting. So at any rate, a lot of times what is taking place in these kinds of auctions, especially at the most rarefied level, at the level of the most hyped up watches, communicates very little, especially very little of anything positive about the general state of the market. But when you see that even the most desired watch models, watch designs, the most collectible vintage and neo vintage pieces, and the most aspirational independents are taking a hit, you can safely say there is something rotten in Switzerland. Or in the state of Switzerland, I should have said. So lot 17 was Paul Newman Daytona with an exotic dial, reference 6241, which sold for 140,000 euro. And these are before the buyer's premium, just so you know. I've also mentioned last time, let's look at 18 for this, which is another vintage Daytona that sold. The reason I like Antiquorum so much has something to do, of course, with its history and how, at least in modern time, it is the auction house that put watch collecting, that put collecting wristwatches on the map, period. And it had a lot to do with Osvaldo Patrizzi and his partners setting up this important platform in Geneva. But just as much, it's because, much like many other high level auction houses, of course, Antiquorum has very high standards, and it it not only curates the best examples, but in fact, unlike some of the more popular, currently popular auction houses, they try to curate very widely. So in their auctions, you'll find desk clocks, you'll find pocket watches, you'll find even musical boxes, you'll find other sorts of collectibles related to the hobby, related to wristwatches and clocks and other kinds of watches. You'll find spare parts, rare dials, anything and everything that you can think about. And it's more and more rare that you would have this sort of curation where you can find a little bit of everything on the same auction, in the same book, so to speak. And there are a lot of reasons as to why people do that, as to why auction houses increasingly try to trim the fat, so to speak. But that can be a discussion for another day. The most immediate reason that makes me like Antiquorum is, even on their website, they have this very specific and relatively detailed grading system that reduces everything to codes. And they actually have a nice legend or a key which would help you make sense of it. So it talks about the condition of the case, condition of the dial, condition of the bracelet, and the overall condition of the watch. JJ, hey, much love to Michigan, man. Nice to see you as always. JB, nice to see you as well, my man. Thank you for being here, both of you. I appreciate it so much. So this this particular piece, which is lot number 18, sold for 43,000 euro. And I want to just take a look at how it really works. So let's take another look at that lot. Right, you see this grading system thing. I will just copy it to the chat so we have an easy access to it there. This was lot number 18. I'll bring up their legend for it, basically, right? So C is for the case. D is for the dial. M is for the movement. The highest overall rating is when they sign it with their initial, this stylized A. But AAA is already exceptional. And then they have actually a narrative explaining how they number these things. So it says, for example, if as a general rule, watches can be attributed grades from 1 to 4 for the case, the dial, and the movement, watches of less than 100 years old can be given grading 1 as new, 3 in very good condition, and 4 in good condition. So the higher the number, the smaller the number, right, the better in this case. The latter, grading 4, will be followed one by one or more grading numbers to justify why the lot cannot be considered in good condition. Watches over 100 years old of similar condition would indeed be considered as very good because of their age and would therefore qualify for grading 4, so on and so forth. So you can basically start reading the grading system from the end, right, where you have access to the overall condition, and then you can start working from inside out, so to speak: movement, dial, case. And look, I mean, every collector, of course, every serious collector has their own understanding when it comes to what they value and what is most important. But as a rule of thumb, I would say when it comes to vintage watches, it's the dial, right? There's more than one reason as to why we call in English the dial the face of the watch, right? You know, there's a very strong reason as to why we use that anthropomorphic term. It's because that is the primary basis of recognizing that watch, just like you recognize your fellow human being by looking at his or her face. And of course, I would say next is the case, and then the movement, and of course, the overall condition is and how they grade it is also important. At the end of the day, of course, I prefer to be able to go and preview the watches that I would be seriously interested in myself in person, in metal, as people like calling in the watch community. That's not always possible, right? You can't always send a proxy or a friend either who, you know, communicate with a friend who is already there. You can't always do that. So in that case, it's very nice to have this sort of detailed grading system, right, where you basically know more or less what the condition of the watch is, in addition to looking at the photographs, of course, in addition to looking at the pictures that they have already supplied, right, which include, again, unfortunately, you can't take these kinds of things for granted anymore for many auction houses, but a nice shot of the movement. Of course, it's not really detailed. You can't really subject it to a loop either, but it's better than nothing, right? And as much as I appreciate sometimes the lifestyle photography that a lot of auction houses are slanting towards, which is enjoyable, which makes the watches come to life at the end of the day. That's what they are for. They're supposed to be worn. They're supposed to make you feel a certain way. They're supposed to make you feel, period. Right? That's what a mechanical watch really is for. You know, that silly motto that Rolex has, or the marketing copy, you might say, and that's one of the reasons we love Rolex, is it doesn't tell time, it tells history, right? And as bombastic of a claim as it is, that's precisely the point, right? In an age where the mechanical watch has mostly become obsolete as a means of telling time, it's on an emotional level, it gains such a disproportionate importance. So, sorry for the digression, but that only goes to say that I do appreciate that they include this sort of lifestyle photography in auction material, wrist shots and staging and whatever else. But let's not forget the essentials, which is just clear photography of the watch itself, a shot of the movement, especially if you are, holding an auction that's mostly physical, mostly in person. You can't expect everyone to travel to Geneva just to bid on a watch, right? Okay, so that's why I appreciate Antiquorum. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. That's lot 21. It is the kind of watch, the kind of vintage chronograph that they have been in pursuit of reviving and recreating, especially since Georges Kahn came to the helm of the company, especially in collaboration with Fred Mandelbaum, who is one of the most prominent collectors of vintage chronographs and vintage Breitlings specifically. They have come up with a reissue of for example, the reference 806 Navi timer, and also a reissue of reference 765, which is the Avi or co-pilot, which is to say it is Breitling's own version of a pilot's chronograph from the mid-century with that big eye that gives us a 15-minute totalizer. And I like sharing this little piece of trivia always. The reason that in pilot's chronographs that you usually find a 15-minute totalizer rather than 30 or 45 minutes is very specific, actually, because at that time in the history of aviation, 15 minutes was practically the time you needed to prepare an aircraft for launch. So for anyone who was engaged in that task or who was going to fly the plane, that particular counting up to 15 minutes was particularly important, especially important. So this is a very handsome piece in a condition that reflects its age. Honestly, it's not pristine by any shape or form, but again, the case itself seems quite crisp, and the dial is by and large in a good condition, even though it is partly spotted, with the luminous material, of course, having faded. And this piece sold for 7,000 euros. And again, that's not 7,000 euro, I should say. And that's not actually, even if you count in the buyer's premium, that's already come down quite a bit from the height of the market, because these pieces were at a certain point selling for 12,000 plus. So again, it's we are Aussie expat watches, who I hope will drop by later tonight, has said that we rolled back the clock perhaps back to 2021. And I agree. And I think the bottom has fallen off. So we might actually have a very honest return back to pre-pandemic pricing in a lot of watches. Chris, okay, Jake Brooks says, I wish a common grading system like this was industry-wide. Look, I think most people would think it's pedantic, unfortunately. So it is what it is. Chris says they seem to take a lot of pride in their grading system, but there are so many questions about it. obviously, particularly when it pertains to watches with questionable movements, which Antiquorum has a history of. I think any auction house and any watch dealer, vintage watch dealer especially, worth their salt, with decades of experience under their belt. Antiquorum was again on the vanguard of this, right? They have been in the business since 1974, almost half a century. Of course, they have a history of misrepresentation, mistakes, um, usually not willful, right? So again, I'm not singling them out for being exemplary and faultless, and innocent of all mistakes. But I also wouldn't wish to single them out for having a questionable history, because if you want to look for questionable history, I'm not gonna name names and point out other sorts of allegations, but there are many auction houses that are guilty of much more. Um, but again, I'm not paid or otherwise encouraged or discouraged to talk about any of them in a certain way. I just happen to enjoy Antiquorum a little better than uh, than most of the others. It is what it is. Personal taste, and their grading system has a lot to do with it. And yeah, there you go. I mean, I wish they at least popped it open and had a shot of the movement. That would be a picture worth 1,000 words, right, Chris? And that would be much more useful to the trained eye, even as a low quality photograph, than any grading system. So I don't deny that. I think you have a point there, but I don't think Antiquorum has such a sordid history that your comment implies. It's not all that different from any other auction house. Lot 24 is an early example of the Omega Seamaster, namely reference 2998 2, with that lollipop chronograph seconds hand, of course, the alpha hands as well. Alpha hands all around, right? You have the white alpha hands on the chronograph registers, and then those loomed alpha hands for the hour and minutes as well. You have that decimal bezel insert as well, which is quite nice and has a very decided vintage appearance, especially in the way it has aged, it has faded, it has patinated. And this particular example sold also for 22,500, which, as you can see, is already a few thousands under the lower end of that estimate. Meters first, 4-digit Submariner. Of course, it's just the watch head, right? It's just served up on this suede strap, but it seems to be generally in good condition. Unfortunately, nothing more than a single photograph, double A rather than the triple A, which would have indicated exceptional, and that sold for 10,000. Once again, this nature, nature is returning, as they used to say when the pandemic started. Now that the pandemic has ended, nature is returning to the world of horology. Again, I think these prices have quite some way of coming down. Lot 26 was so-called great white, right? 4-digit C dweller with all white writing, 4 lines of writing. This piece sold for 20,000, which is dap smack in the middle of that estimated value. Yeah, I mean, I'm still speaking pretty highly of them, Chris. Feel free to jump on the panel if you have a case to represent. I'll be happy to hear it. Again, yes, I did speak highly of them. I'm not sure if that's a problem for you. I don't know. Do you have a particular bone to pick with Antiquorum? Jump on, state your case. And of course, it's not. But it wasn't perfect when Patrizzi was running it either. So whether it's Romain Rea or Osvaldo Patrizzi, none of these auction houses nor vintage watch dealers are perfect. That's why you need always, even with people that you can normally trust, you need a second set of eyes. You need someone who can, without having a particular financial stake in the transaction, judge it. But yeah, I mean, you do you, right? You know, if you don't want to do business with a certain seller, no one can force you. And again, the reason I present on auctions is not to push you to buy from auction houses or buy from one auction house over another. It is simply to learn about trends in the market. But yeah, I will not stop speaking highly of Antiquorum simply because of the history that they have. And feel free to, again, jump on this live stream or create your own channel to state your case. It's free speech, right? That's what YouTube is for. Lot 30. It's beautifully patinated 6080/8, a gold Submariner from the 4-digit era, and the dial, which originally probably was black, has aged into or turned into almost like a champagne that matches the shade of the case itself, which is very interesting. And the bezel insert too, it looks more like a rich navy than black. But in either case, you know, whether it turned from blue or black, it certainly looks quite unique and not exactly like a champagne dial, but certainly not like any of the original dials that were served up with this particular model. Now we're on the second page. So if you are looking at any particular watches, feel free to send the lot number to me with a super chat. Here we have a Reverso night and day at lot number 40. Again, selling right above the lower end of the estimate. Essentially, you get 2-in-1 in this sort of watch, right? Since you get to have two time zones. And honestly, uh, I have always had a certain aversion to genuinely double-sided, double-faced, i.e., dual-face reversal watches. I feel they are trying a little too hard always. My feeling again, to make one face so much different than the other. But it's one of the still, I think, most practical and useful ways of executing dual time watch, right? Where you have the time in one time zone on one face, and on the flip side, the time on the other time zone. And on the back, you also have the AM PM indicator, which of course gives its name to the watch, night and day. That sold for 5,000 euros. And a similar watch in yellow gold right above at lot 39 sold for 6,000 euro. Lot 47 is an integrated bracelet, 18 karat white gold Patek Philippe piece with a blue dial and a case executed by the famous company Venga, famous case maker Venga. Um, the piece has such an integrated look and design that, in fact, they have dispensed with the crown on the right case band, which is, of course, the usual placement, right at 3 o'clock, for example. And in fact, they have a winding crown on the back of the watch. And these are, for one reason or another, that we can, of course, discuss at some point, are gaining in popularity in recent time. The possible problem with these sorts of integrated bracelets is they're usually cut to size. So if they are cut significantly before they make their way to you and you need them to be enlarged and resized, that's not the most straightforward operation. It can be done, but not necessarily preferable or pleasing in terms of the results. And it's kind of a YOLO moment. If you get one and you have puny wrists like me, and you get it cut down to size and sized for your wrist, um, watch is yours, right? And you wouldn't really think of being able to sell it at a significant sum anytime soon. Certainly not, not down the road for any sort of profit. The unique thing about this particular watch is, of course, pointed out there by the dual signature. It was retailed by the Lucerne-based dealer Gubelin. €8,000. You have a Calatrava with 9-row beads of rice bracelet, again, in a rather integrated fashion. The entire piece is in white gold and has this kind of silver dial. The model is called 3998, has centrally deployed seconds, and operates on a self-winding caliber at 34 millimeters. It's a true dress watch. So once again, that's something to keep in mind for those who think that may be too small for their taste. A lot of dress watches that do offer this kind of value from uh, the 40s, from the 50s, from the 60s, end up being too small for people's tastes. And in this case, it's not even a true blood vintage watch, right? This is almost from year 2000, in fact. But nevertheless, for the longest time, Patek was pretty insistent in making Calatravas of this particular size. That has only changed more recently. So this piece at lot 51 sold for 15,000 euro. Now, one piece that didn't actually sell, that was passed on, is a platinum Audemars Piguet chronograph. This was from their huitième series, right? Which has kind of a double branding of its own kind. One right here around 12 o'clock, and then also here by the date, and the tachometer is actually on the periphery of the dial. Matte blue dial, platinum case from early 90s. This was estimated at least to go for 15,000 euro, and it actually did not sell at that amount or anywhere near. The reference number in this case is 25644. We have a number of watches that were passed on in this interesting way, and others that were sold for pretty unexpected prices. For example, this A series Audemars Piguet Royal Oak, reference 5402. So one of the first 2000 Royal Oaks to be ever produced in stainless steel. It actually has, let's say, a period correct case, right? I don't know if there's anything else that identifies this watch with that box, which, by the way, really looks like a trash can. So I kind of feel personally aggressed as a Royal Oak fan, but it is what it is. Um, Royal Oak may have become cool more and more in the 21st century, but it was always a very quirky watch. So if you want to have a box for it that looks like an industrial trash can, I'll roll with that, no problem. The lower end of the estimate was 50,000 euro. Nevertheless, lot 56 actually sold for 46,000. So that the reserve was in fact considerably lower than the low end of the estimate. '59 was in fact slightly later example of the same reference, but in bimetal, in two-tone, so steel and 18 karat yellow gold. In this case, it was in fact passed. The lower end of the estimate was 50,000 euros for this two-tone Royal Oak 5402 that was at one point in time retailed by the famous French jeweler Fred. It did not actually sell. There's a pretty rare example at lot 60 in full 18 karat white gold with a black dial set with brilliant diamonds. The traditionally mirror polished part of the bezel set with diamonds, and in fact the tapering interlinks themselves are broken up by these rows of tapering diamonds as well, which is a very interesting look, to say the least. Certainly makes for a unique watch at exactly 332 brilliant cut diamonds that amount to 3.24 carats. This piece, being so unique, was in fact sold, but again, right under the lower end of that estimate, which was $100,000. The price that lot 60 actually realized was $94,000. This is an Audemars Piguet reference 4275, which is a reduced size 18 karat Royal Oak that is set with 335 brilliant diamonds. Brilliant cut, I should say. A B series Royal Oak, as you can see, this is basically the second run of the stainless steel Royal Oak in its original reference, 5402, ST specifically. This one actually has a service dial, which you can very easily notice. It's significantly different. The clasp seems to have been changed as well. And in that condition, for this Royal Oak B series that was sold in January 1976, lot 63 sold for 36,000 euro, which is just above the starting bid. Lot 65 was Vacheron Constantin 222. This is, of course, the precursor of today's Vacheron Constantin overseas. That particular expression of the 70s integrated bracelet sports chic watch genre. It's also a model that Vacheron Constantin revived this last year in 18 karat yellow gold. The stainless steel examples are, of course, very desirable these days, although for 222 to become desirable, it took the entire hype of integrated bracelet watches that swirled around the Patek Philippe Nautilus, the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak, and then the Vacheron Constantin Overseas finally took off, maybe 3 years after it was initially released for its third generation. And it was only after that that people turned back to the 222, and the prices started climbing and finally shooting through the roof. In this case, the hype has absolutely not died down, and the stainless steel late 70s 222 that, unlike its two cousins from Audemars Piguet and Patek Philippe, is actually not designed by Gérald Jantin as it is sometimes claimed. It was actually dreamed up by Jörg Haschek. Lot 66 is the original reference of the Nautilus Jumbo 3700J, as in jaune for 18 karat yellow gold. It has, of course, the model's distinctive blue dial. In this case, it was sold with a Patek Philippe travel pouch and a set of matching cufflinks. And lot 66 actually was finally sold for €185,000. Lot 68 was a reduced size example of the Patek Philippe Nautilus, reference 3800. This is roughly from 1990s. The 3800s was released in 1981, if I'm not mistaken, and it has some distinct differences, of course, from the original Jumbo. The reduced size, of course, which is proportionally shrunk. Basically, the centrally deployed seconds hand. The original does not have that. The background of the date wheel is matched. So there's a lot about this watch that might even make it preferable, depending on your tastes and your experience of the watch's proportions and how it wears and looks on your wrist. In either case, these were, again, not very desirable just 5 years ago, more or less. But with the entire craze that took off, they are now recognized as what they are, which is basically a very respectable, unique alternatives in reduced size to the Nautilus Jumbo. And they have really taken off, but in that universe of Patek Philippe Nautiluses, I think they still offer some value. And in this case, you see a full yellow gold example that sold for €45,000, which is literally a fraction, literally a quarter of what that 3700 sold for. So just something to keep in mind. Not peanuts by any means, but for this sort of beautiful example, comparatively speaking, if in fact you think the Nautilus Jumbo is simply too big, which is my opinion, but I don't even like the design to begin with, so that's another story altogether. But the 3800 can be found basically at a fraction of 3700 still, even though the prices have been on the ascendance in the last 5 years. Lot 69, the Sexy 69, is one of the most important watches in modern time. This is Patek's one of Patek's flagship complicated watches, 5004, in this case 5004P, which is split second chronograph perpetual calendar in platinum with a gorgeous black dial that is also diamond set. It is really an incredible watch. In many ways, kind of the king of the hill, the ultimate boss level, if you ask me. And as was, at least at the time, the habit of Patek, in addition to, of course, the exhibition case back, which allows you to contemplate whenever you take the watch off, that split second chronograph movement in its beauty, split second chronograph perpetual calendar movement in its beauty, of course, a Geneva seal movement at that. You're also supplied a snap on case back just so you don't feel cheated out of that slice of platinum. Lot 69, which is a 5004 P-033, sold for €290,000. Lot 71 is the original reference of Patek Philippe annual calendar in pink gold. (5035R), in this case -023. Of course, this watch is rather significant for Patek Philippe because when it was introduced in 1996, it was the only one in the market. It was Patek's proprietary complication, necessitating only one adjustment per year. So kind of occupying that sweet spot between a triple calendar or a complete calendar watch, which needs you to intervene about 5 times a year, or a perpetual calendar watch, which, when properly calibrated and operating, would not need an adjustment for the next century, or until the next century, I should say. In this case, I really like the particular balance of this watch as it was introduced. It was one of the regular wearers for Philippe Stern as well, who was at that time leading the company. Today, it's his son, for better or worse. And I think it's a really gorgeous dress watch, right? Conservatively sized, around 36, 37 millimeters. Black against gold and pink gold this time with applied Roman numerals. It's quite a nice piece. Of course, there were later references like the 5056, for example, which added power reserve at 12 o'clock and a moon phase at 6, which is, I think, even better in a way. But 5056P would be a great complement indeed to any collection. JB, thank you, man. Love the AP at the top 63 or at the lot 63. If I'm the new CEO, it's Irby or. Mm, mm, mm. Okay. You love the AP at lot 63. Now start with that and I will decipher the. Yeah, it's the B series. I know you would. I know you would. It's actually a service dial, but you prefer that particular aesthetic. I know, and I can see the point, right? From the purist's perspective, of course, the original dial of the Royal Oak, which has the AP logo at 6 o'clock, is more desirable, right? Even again, the quirky font of that writing at 12 o'clock has its own charm. But for JB, who is, for example, also used to seeing the crown of Rolex at 12 o'clock, right, as something definitive of that dial's aesthetic, his eyes are kind of looking for the logo at that focal point of the dial. And I can't blame you. I think that is a very distinct aesthetic. In this case, what for I guess a fixated collector can drive down the value can be a good bargain for you. And that's a service style. But hey, it's a cool piece. I would ideally always run between an A series and B series. I would always go for A series. And as you saw, the prices are not too far apart, right? That's 36,000. The A series sold for 46,000. I mean, both are, from a certain perspective, quite a lot of money, but from the way they have been trending for the last year or two, they have come down quite a bit. I think they will continue to come down. On the other hand, yes, I mean, you can always supply a dial for any of these with AP at 12 o'clock. It won't hurt to have the original dial. So in either case, I think you would be walking away with a watch that is worthy of a CEO or more. Hey, Bruce G. By the way, we have just surpassed the first hour, so please hit the like button. It really does help. It really does give me just a little bit more exposure, and I would really appreciate that. And thank you so much again, JB, for your super chat. Yeah, honestly, I mean, you're preaching to the choir, JB, but to me, Royal Oak is really the sweet spot between a brutally modernist, dynamic, and sporty watch, and something that can certainly do the job of a dress watch as well, especially because it is so sleek, because it has such a thin profile, and with its particular finish, with the contrast of those mirror polished surfaces with brushed grain surfaces, it certainly plays with the light very much like a jewelry piece, even though it is in stainless steel, at least in its original form, right? So I think that is certainly boss level as well, even though I've already called 5004 P in that way. But hey, there can be more than one boss. Speaking of watches that were passed on and not sold, 5980R, which is the Nautilus flyback chronograph in rose gold on a leather strap in this case. did not actually sell. And the starting bid was 80,000 euro, and no one actually bid. Similarly, at 5711 slash R slash R dash 001, which is the version of it in pink gold on a leather band, that didn't sell either. Lot 74, what in my eyes is the latest iteration of the first complicated Nautilus with the moon phase, which was 3712, introduced in 2005. And that piece in white gold on leather band also didn't sell. And these were at $70,000 and $80,000 at the lowest estimate, respectively. Lot 75 was a model they introduced in 2017, which is in a way actually the beginning of a real hype around Patek Philippe's sports pieces, right? In 2016, as you know, was the 40th anniversary of the model's introduction. There was like a traveling exhibition around it. Christie's put together an interesting auction. And things kind of started taking off slowly but surely. And by 2017, Patek had this immense demand for stainless steel sports watches. So when they introduced this watch, for some, it was a disappointment, but it sold like hotcakes. And this version specifically, which is 5522A, stainless steel Calatrava in 42 millimeters with a kind of pilot's watch aesthetic, which, even if it exists somewhere in the Patek Philippe archive, is not really distinctively Patek Philippe. But year 2022, only 5 years down the road, this limited edition that was made for New York City specifically actually did not even sell in this auction. That was lot 75. Nice. Yeah. Look, I mean, if you're talking about the 5402, I think, again, it's become kind of commonplace to say these things. It's a watch that you can wear with jeans and shirts, and it's a watch you can wear on the boardwalk or the boardroom, suit or jeans and shirt. But all these cliches, I think, actually fit the Royal Oak. But then again, maybe I am romanticizing that particular model, that particular design. By all means, I mean, I do that when it comes to the Royal Oak. Let me just send the link to the 50-year anniversary piece that I did for the Royal Oak. Where is it? Damn. Okay, I can't really find it now, but that's all right. I'll share it again. We have a 5172, which again is a very popular piece, as you know, with that. It is Patek's in-house chronograph in this day and age. It kind of straddles, again, it's the kind of watch that straddles many things that might otherwise seem disparate. On the one hand, with the distinct styling of the case, those stepped lugs, the syringe hands, it has a certain, and even with the Arabic numerals, I think it has a certain vintage-inspired aesthetic, but the font of those Arabic numerals for the indices, the color of the dial, the proportions of the watch, which is 41 millimeter, the hand-wound in-house caliber that is inside the watch gives it a very distinctively modern feel as well. It is in white gold. And again, this watch used to sell above its list price, right? And if I may check it now on Patek Philippe's website, the list price, the retail price of this watch has already become 80,000 plus. And here it didn't even sell for 50,000. And again, it seems to be a relatively crisp example, but it did not sell in this auction that was lot 76. Lot 77, an annual calendar with a sector dial in pink gold. That's a 5396R. That was passed on as well at 20,000. Another Patek Philippe annual calendar at 78. That was passed at 25,000. That was a white gold example. Lot 79 was a 5212A. This is the stainless steel Calatrava with the weekly calendar that everyone seems to love at a certain level. It's basically $37,500, I think, at retail. It's basically, people get really romantic about it because of the particular font that is used on the dial, which rumor has it simply replicates the original sketch of the designer. This has a weekly calendar, which, as you see, is expressed here. That coincides with the month as well. Of course, the date at 3 o'clock and the day of the week at the center of the dial. But in either case, it did not actually sell at 40,000, which is right above or right around the list price. It was a new old stock, right? Untouched. Again, I might be skipping over some of this stuff. Feel free to send a super chat if you want me to return to a particular lot, and I will be more than happy to discuss it at length. And please hit the like button if you can. It really does help. Lot 95 was actually a piece that had no reserve and started at €1 for bidding. The estimate was between 15 to 25,000 euro. It is the Radiomir 8-day power reserve GMT watch. AM PM indicator, running seconds hand with that fusile hand, the sandwich dial, syringe hands, the power reserve indicator at 6, the iconic case that was initially supplied to Officina Panerai by Rolex, of course. As you can see, it takes its cues after the original waterproof oyster case of Rolex's. Panerai is, of course, a very distinctive aesthetic. Used to be, at least, extremely popular still in these sorts of desirable configurations. Can still be an interesting purchase. And this Radiomir 8 days GMT at lot 95 in 18 carats pink gold sold for €13,000. At 96, stainless steel example did not sell. It had a starting bid of 7. I absolutely detest these watches. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but this is something they call ingénieux, and it's like it's supposed to be a hybrid of the Nautilus and a Royal Oak. And I mean, I never understood if they are joking or not. You know, if they seriously present this as a watch, as a design. Not only is it extremely derivative and not even a proper homage, because I think, if anything, it desecrates the legacy of both models and Jarajanta heritage altogether. But all that being said, it also looks like a Viking toilet seat. So I really don't know what they were thinking when they came up with this watch. And I also trust, I also question the judgment of anyone who includes something like this in an auction. So for me, lot 97 and 98 might as well not have existed. At lot 105, we have the Audemars Piguet, the Vacheron Constantin overseas reference 5500 V. This is the chronograph version of the overseas with the blue dial that people wax poetic on. It sold a little bit above the starting bid at €22,000. That was lot 105. Just so you guys know, this is one generation before, right? The current generation of the chronograph is a little bit different, even though this is pretty close when it comes down to it. Or is it actually? Yeah. The current model on the catalog lists for $32,400, and it's a boutique exclusive. So this is a pretty decent deal considering. At lot 114, you have a gold Daytona with that Zenit El Primero caliber 400 based movement, caliber 4030 in Rolex's jargon. It comes with a lot of the accompanying documents, which may have added a little bit of value, but the condition of the watch, I think, and the fact that it's a relatively early example played a better part in making sure that the watch is sold and in helping it achieve this kind of value, because in perhaps less desirable conditions, you can find naked versions, meaning simply the watch of this 16528 reference Rolex Cosmograph Daytona in the market for somewhere between $40,000 to $45,000. Again, just to show you that auctions are not always the best place to buy these kinds of watches, because a lot of times there is a premium attached to buying at an auction, and I don't actually mean the buyer's premium that gets tagged on to even these prices. 114 is the two-tone version of that generation's Panda, so to speak, in two-tone, with a white dial and those black outer rings for the chronograph registers. The lower end of the estimate for lot 115, which is a 16523, was 20,000 euro, and it eventually sold for 24,000 euro. All right, this is pretty crazy. We talk all the time about how certain defects in Rolex's history, like dials that turn colors, that kind of accrue or tack on unique kinds of patina, usually command unreasonable and sometimes mind-blowing premiums. This is one of those cases. We are here at the 6-digit Daytona, so this is 116520, the stainless steel Rolex Cosmograph Daytona with the in-house caliber 4130. We have mentioned a few ways as to how you can identify it very quickly at first glance. Running seconds at 6 o'clock, that's the easiest way. For those of us who are a little more obsessive compulsive, you can also try to draw a straight line from 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock, which should go through the focal points of the two chronograph registers for the Zenit powered model. And this is certainly not the case, as you see here, because this is a caliber 4130 watch rather than caliber 4030. In either case, you have here a white dial that has turned into this cream color with maybe even a pinkish hue. And it's sold for an absolutely bonkers price of 90,000 euros, having started bidding at 30,000 and having been given a ceiling of 51,000 euro. That was lot 117. Yet here's a Daytona that did not sell at its lower end of the estimate, at its reserve price. It belongs to that earlier generation that used to come on leather bands rather than the Oyster Flex. This is pink gold with kind of a sundust pink dial, let's put it like that. But this is the racing dial, right, with those oversized Arabic numerals with the ceramic bezel on pink gold. I think it's a very good looking watch. Comes as a full set, but did not sell at 30,000 euro. Probably because you can find it for a little cheaper than that on the secondary market. For one reason or another, people just don't like the racing dials. It never struck a chord with the mainstream fans of the Daytona. A lot of collectors love them, swear by them, even prefer them. But they always trend for lower prices. So that can be a way to get into a Daytona. And in this case, we were looking at a 116515 LN. Lunette Noire, referring here to that black ceramic tachometer bezel. Nick Butter, thank you so much. I'm so glad that you are here. $10. I appreciate you. Let's look at lot 2020, creating a vintage collection in honor of childhood memories. Hey, man, that's the best way. Just want to know your ideas on vintage pieces, if not off topic. Nope, it's not off topic at all. Let's look at lot 220 and build the conversation from there. And I can talk more generally about what it would mean to build a collection like that. And you tell me what inspired you to to even dream up such a direction, right? To collect vintage watches that are inspired by your childhood memories. And if this lot, 220, was inspired by a childhood memory, please share, because it seems very interesting, because this is a 40s piece. I love 40s chronographs. I actually adore two register chronographs. You know how much I like my Lemania, which is roughly from the same time period. Um, Mine is in pink gold. This is apparently in yellow gold, but the way that the dial has patinated gives that salmon-like hue that kind of emanates from the dial of the watch. So at least in the pictures, I guess that yellow gold looks a little different. I love it. I love it. I actually, again, my piece that I can bring out in a second has Roman numerals just at 12 and 6 o'clock. But I actually love the Arabics as well. I would love to have this one too in my collection, if you ask me. Yeah, the case looks pretty crisp. I like the rectangular pushers on this one. That oversized, unsigned crown seems period correct, but I'm not an expert on Ulysse Nardin chronographs from that period at all, so I wouldn't just go with my word right there. This watch seems to be in quite a lovely condition. I mean, it's again, there are a few ways to go about purchasing a watch from the 40s. The way I went about it is I learned to love the dials as they are, right? Because unless you are ready to pay an insane premium, most of the examples of chronographs that you are going to find from 1940s or a little earlier or a little later, um, the dial will have suffered something from um, either exposure to sunlight, which might result in very minor spots or blots here and there. But oftentimes, because a lot of chronograph cases at the time were not actually waterproof and weatherproof, and because, of course, chronographs have those two extra pushers, which compromise the integrity of the case no matter what, especially in the way things have been executed in the 1940s. A lot of times there is water ingress, there is humidity um, ingress that makes its way to the dial eventually. So you either learn to live with that if you want to collect watches and especially chronographs from 1940s, or I hope you are working with pretty loose purse strings, because usually the perfect examples command a significant premium over pieces like this, which, as you see, has not even sold at 2,000 euros. And again, this is a decent example. It's not blown to bits. It's a decent case. It has a little bit of an oxidization between 6 and 5 o'clock there. Of course, the dial is far from perfect. It's not pristine, but it's an extremely beautiful and perfectly wearable watch. If that's why you're collecting, a piece like this could be amazing. Ah, that's great. Um, yeah, unfortunately, I didn't grow up with my dad, but I did inherit a watch from him. So I'm connected to the hobby in a very similar way for that reason. Um, but yeah, let me bring out very quickly my 4Ds chronograph, or chronographs rather, and let's take a look at them. So um, here's my 40s piece. This is my Lemania CH27, the chronograph movement of which the bass gave us anything from a moonwatch to a Patek Philippe perpetual calendar, and so many different watches in between. You see, it is in many ways a similar expression, a silver dial with two chronograph registers, one for um, one for running seconds, one for counting minutes. I hope you can hear that. This is one of the joys of a vintage chronograph. When it's properly serviced, you get from a column wheel piece just as great of an action as you would get from any other chronograph. It's decent, Nick. I mean, look, the case could be better. There are a few dents that you can even see on the camera right here on the left side of the case band. The lugs are not perfect. The dial has spotting all over the place, but I could have been given away this one. I mean, I got a very good deal on it. So I'm very happy, and I always wanted to have something with the CH27 movement base. So this is, for me, a really cool piece that I love. And again, just to play and fiddle around, speaking of childhood memories, I think vintage chronograph is great for that. Whoa, what up?
Yeah, what's going on, Lord?
How do you like that? Can this be your theme music from now on?
I have no idea what you just played, so I'll be I yeah I did not hear it.
You don't hear the "I'm in love with a stripper," the song?
N-
No?
No, no, I don't know. Maybe it's because I got my more shittier AirPods in.
Okay. Um yeah, I was showing off my 40s stuff, and just talking to Nick about how you kind of have to come to terms. I mean, this one has the perfect case, basically. I mean, the case itself is in great condition. The lugs are so crisp. the down to the serial number, you can see very well. The case back, the crown, the pushers. I mean, everything is perfect. The dial itself is it's not pristine, right? And that's just fine. That's just fine. So yeah, I'm very happy with 4D stuff, Nick. If you would like to, somehow make a move on watches like these, feel free to send an email to me, and I'll be more than happy to help you. Meech, Nick actually wants to hear your opinion on these sorts of vintage watches on cheap and nasty leather straps. What do you think of these sorts of pieces?
Ooh, what do I think? What do I think? I think they scream that you don't have any money. That's what I think. They scream. It screams, "I'm broke," and I settled for something undesirable from the '40s, from the nasty '40s, '20s, and then I couldn't even afford to put a decent strap on there. I just went out there and went onto Amazon and threw the nastiest, cheapest Chinese-made strap on there and called it a day. That's what I think.
Hey, Chinese people make all sorts of products at different levels of quality. So I will have you know that just because something is made in China doesn't mean it's low quality.
You know what? You're absolutely right. Those sweatshops are held to a high standard, I hear. So maybe I'm wrong.
So just so you know, that is Nick Butter, Meech's official position on not only vintage watches but a bunch of other important geopolitical questions, um, including the quality of products made abroad. So there you have it, Nick. You asked for it. Meech answered.
I'm here to tell you the awful fucking truth.
Really, really.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I gotta be frank and honest with you.
Oh man. Um, what do you have on your mind? I think you're contemplating something again. You're thinking about something. Sorry for the interruption, guys, on the auction reporting, but we can go back to that in a little bit.
Oh, yeah, it's been quite the day, honestly.
Mhm.
I yeah, I actually went to go see. I went to the pictures again, Lord. I went to the pictures again, and seen the latest movie called Plane. Um, Gotta be honest with you, it's actually fucking terrible. The script just was very lazy. It's very predictable. If you got HBO Max, I'd watch it on HBO Max. I wouldn't spend your hard-earned money to go see it in the cinema. Um, but I digress. Yeah. So, long story short,
Mhm.
I popped into my Rolex boutique today, and I actually had to purchase something way out of the ordinary.
Okay.
And I just started talking about the Daytoner, the Daytoner. That's right,
Daytona.
guys, the Daytoner. I gotta be honest, I'm not a fan of the Daytoner. I just I don't know what it is about it. It's not waterproof. It's counterintuitive. It's kind of an oxymoron of a watch. If we're being frank and honest here. Um, but
Can
yeah, no,
can can you be frank and honest?
I mean, truthfully, I gotta be totally honest with you. 100% honest with you. No bullshit. I don't quite care for the Daytoner. I think it's a bit too flashy. It's a hype piece, it's a look at me watch. Um, what's wrong with an Explorer 2? What's wrong with the Polar Explorer 2? That's right, guys. $4,000. That's all you
Wait, wait,
need.
wait. Let's focus on how well these actually go with your kicks. Like they it looks like your outfit was made for this watch, Meech. Like
Actually,
from the shirt to the red laces of the sneakers and how it goes with the red writing on the dial, the shades of gray, the accents of red. I mean, it's this watch is made for you, Meech. Go for it.
yeah, you can tell it's a Friday, and actually those are my gym shoes. A bit sidetracked here, but long story short, my dog actually chewed up one of my shoelaces on my other black and white
Mm,
sneakers, and I didn't have any other decent shoes to wear, and I knew I was going to be stopping into the boutique anyways. So the best case scenario was to wear my gym shoes in there. As you can tell, they're fairly outdated. They're from clearly from 2000, like 2010, 2009. But that's neither here nor there. Um, yeah, so I started talking Daytona with
uh-huh.
them, and the problem, I told them the same thing. I said I've talked to my paddock dealer. My paddock dealer he's all right. He's my Rolex dealer as well. He's a double-edged sword, so to speak.
Mhm.
And I talked to him. I called him up a couple days ago, and I said, "Look, no bullshit. Let's cut the bullshit off the record. What is it gonna? How do I position myself up if I wanted an Aquanaut or even a Nautilus? Let's cut down the middle here. Let's get brass tacks." And he said, "Look," he said, "you're a great client." But he said, "Look, at the end of the day," he said, I've got a book full of clients. You understand this?" He said, "You know the game." And I said, "Yeah, fully
Can
aware."
we
He
can
said,
we have a slight intermission here just to tell you an anecdote from today and see how clueless some brands still are. I was at Bulgari today actually for a little bit at the end of the day, and I was talking to the woman who takes care of the watches there, and just casually I said, "Hey, you guys had made the salmon dial watch for a jeweler in Milan in limited edition. Is there anything like that in the pipeline? Is there anything like that coming out?" It turns out they have a North America limited edition salmon dial octofinissimo in the pipeline, right? So I said, I would be actually interested in that. Imagine Lord
mm-hmm.
Lord might actually buy a new watch. So I said, hey, let's see it. And she said, okay, let me introduce you to my manager, to the store manager. We go together and, we shake hands. It's an older woman. And we started the conversation. And she said, well, these are very limited and desirable pieces. You can already see where this conversation is leading. And she said, have you bought anything from us before? Have you bought watches from us before? I said, no, this would be and in fact, I think I already said this would have been my first watch from you. And she said, oh, that's a shame because, we reserve these sorts of watches for our most loyal clients. And I said, well, how interesting. Tell me more. And she said, well, since you didn't buy watches and that's the watch that you're interested in, maybe you should start buying some things. And when the watch comes, we can actually submit your name to the corporate, and the corporate will make a decision based on your purchase history. And if you don't have your purchase history, we won't even bother sending your name to the corporate. And I said, what do you mean by the corporate? She said, LVMH. Now, I don't know if that's simply a way of passing the buck or not. I said, well, that's too damn bad. And because I knew the watch person before, so I wasn't shy around her, I said, that's too damn bad because I don't play those kinds of games. So she immediately came around like this. She was like, uh, 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 okay. Well, that we just started we just started having a very friendly conversation afterwards, which still did not change the fact, of course, that I said, look, I mean, I understand. I don't take it personally. You shouldn't take what I'm saying personally either. But if there is one thing I genuinely detest about, watch sales as a policy, is this sort of mind games about, hey, if you get this or that and establish a purchase history with us, we might put up your name and you might get this. So she said, well, you're absolutely right. We are so sorry. That's corporate policy. This is what LVMH imposes on us, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, apparently her husband was a Tottenham Hotspur fan, so it was all good at the end because we were commiserating about how we keep losing, etc. But long story short, at this point in time, in year 2023, when the hype has died down and the market is crashing hard, Bulgari is trying to pull these tricks, Mitch. Of course, Patek Philippe is going to try to
Well, I mean, Patek Philippe
try.
at least has justification, though. I mean, Bulgari, though, I mean, that's, a day late and a dollar short. They're coming in extremely late to the game.
Well, imagine though, like, I mean, I can't even believe it. The Octo Finissimo has already existed for a decade, basically, which is very interesting. I mean, Bulgari has been making inroads in the watch game for a decade now, and uh, it seems they have joined the same crowd. Anyway, please continue, Mitch. So if you wanted an Aquanaut or a Nautilus from your dealer, which is actually a place that has allocated Rolexes to you before.
No, actually, I've never bought an. Let me take that back. So there are two Patek dealers in Minnesota. So
Mm.
the one that I'm referring to is my good friends at Wixon's Jewelers of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Guys, check them out. Lowest prices on the market. Um, but anyways, like he's always treated me fair. I've only bought one Rolex from him. I think I bought for my total purchase history. I bought one Submariner, one Omega, two Tudors, and a JLC from him, all within a span of 2 years.
Your your
Anyways,
be- your beloved Reverso, I think, right? When you say
fucking
jazz.
bane of my existence. Fucking hell. It's like a pebble in my shoe. Anyways, he basically just kind of cut right to the point. He said, look, he said, end of the day here, I'm going to need you to, he didn't say it like this, but he kind of heavily implied, I'm going to need you to start buying some garbage here if you are to be taken seriously. Look, he said, you got decent, he said, you got an okay purchase history for some things, like I could, obviously you clearly have enough purchase history to get the call for Parmigiani Lufiares. We can give, obviously you can get on, your credit is good enough to be on some reversal wait lists, but he said, when it comes to Patek, he said, I just have clients who have been in the game a lot longer than you, and it wouldn't be fair to them if I kind of shot you over them, which, with all due respect, is a very valid point. Now, my other Patek dealer, I'm not even going to try. I've only started doing business with them about maybe a year ago today. So I'm not even going to climb or bark up that tree, which leads me to my point here.
Which is what?
It's hard. It's hard. Trying to start all over again up in the Twin Cities. I just don't want to. And which brings me back to my Rolex boutique because she asked me, she's like, "Well, I thought you bought several watches, or no? How did she word it?" She said, "I thought you had very good history with the Twin Cities." And I
Yeah.
said, "I do, but not with the Patek dealer indirectly."
Hmm.
And I said, "Well," she said, "Well, how many of your Rolexes have you gotten from the Twin Cities?" And I said, "Two, actually." Um, and I said, "You're 90% of my Rolex inventory." She kind of had this shit-eating grin on her face. She's like, "Oh, well, that's nice." And I said, "Yeah, don't get me wrong, it's nice, but it's also kind of." I said, "Don't take this the wrong way, but it also kind of sucks because, I mean, that's all you have here is Rolex and Tudor." And she said, "Yeah, we can see your point here." She said, "We'd like to have a third brand in here, but she said, I don't think it's possible because they're in such a small area." Anyways, I digress. So if I can't get a paddock, shit. I mean, I may as well go with the Daytona, right? Get an all-out Daytona. I mean, what do you reckon, Lord? I mean, I've already got the sub, got the bluesy, I've got the Milgauss,
Mhm.
I've got everything that I can legitimately fit into. And the Daytona is the only thing that's technically left that I could purchase. I'll be damned if I buy the shit king.
Look, I mean, I have I have kind of said this in a joking way to you in our private conversation. You said, "I don't understand the Daytona. You know, it's hype," and I said, you if anyone knows herd mentality, it should be you. So you should understand it, but your decision has to be independent of that. And Ozzy talks about this a lot too, and I completely agree with him. There are two ways of being almost commandeered by the hype, right? You can either go along, or you can pretend to hate a watch just because it's hyped up. And in both cases, your choice will be made for you uh, in an inauthentic manner. So at the end of the day, I think I wouldn't buy a watch just because it's my only option left at a certain retailer. I wouldn't buy a watch, or I wouldn't shy away from buying a watch just because everyone else seems to like it. I mean, Daytona is not my favorite watch, but it's one of those Rolex icons that I learned to love. There are, in the contemporary range, there are a few things that I like, especially like my friend Thomas in the chat, especially the precious metal ones on oyster flakes. I find those to be very appealing to me visually, aesthetically. The white gold one that we were just showing on your wrist, I think that was a beautiful thing. Um, all
I
that
don't
being,
know.
I mean, I like the 5 digit the best when it comes to the Daytona. I would love to have a 16520 at some point. I'm not in a particular rush. But if you don't want Daytona, don't get a Daytona just because that's the only thing that your AD can sell you. I mean, Jamie has an idea there. Again, this is not something I necessarily encourage or even condone, but he says trade in a couple of Rolexes for a Patek, job done, easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
I'll do that when Jamie Opulence admits that he's secretly closeted with the Cartier love rings.
Good morning, Geneva. Thank you, Fries. Thank you for being here. Uh, JB
Look,
says,
I do like the rose gold. I do like the Mrs. Expat edition, if you will.
yeah. Um, but the Ozzy's wife got the full bracelet version, right? I'm not mistaken.
Yes, yeah, that's what I think. That's about. I think you're pushing easily 40 grand right there. See the Oyster Flex is 31,000. Now I round up here with tax and everything because you got to pay the tax regardless.
Mhm.
So I'm thinking it's 35K out the door.
Yeah.
I did ask my rep, and I said off the books here. Um, I said if I were to place this order today, what what's the time frame?
Uh huh.
Initially, she blurted out, "Oh, 5 years." I'm like, come on now, come on, you're talking to me now. And she's like, "Well," she's like, "Okay, okay, okay." She said, "All right, I'd have to look," but she said that's typically the standard answer we give. But um, she said, you got to remember, it is a Daytona, and they are very. It's
Yeah.
hard. It's hard to get. But she said, for you, probably She said a year maybe, and I said, look, I could actually tolerate a year. I mean, if it
Yeah,
came in
yeah. Why
December
not?
at
Why
the end
not?
of the year, that would actually be nice, honestly.
Why
But I
not?
said my concern is this. I said if I
And
place
by
the
the
order
way,
today,
Meech, big Scorpio, so that's good timing actually. You know, you put in an order at the beginning of the year. If it comes in by the end of the year, at worst it will be like a late birthday present, right?
well, more or less Christmas gift. But um, my concern is this though: if I place the order today, I get the phone call 2 months from now saying it's fucking in. Then I'm royally fucked. Then I'm up shit's creek
Uh,
without a paddle.
look, I'll tell you this. It's not like it can't happen, but if there is a Rolex watch where that's less likely to happen, it's Daytona. But the fact that it's precious metal that you're shooting for makes it very possible that it can come in actually any minute. The reason I'm
See,
saying this is, you know, I keep repeating this, right? That a lot of what they are pushing as exhibition only is not exhibition only. For example, that watch that you are wearing at the dealer, that's a watch that they can sell. They just don't want to sell it to you. So you could, in fact, go to that dealer that where you tried this watch on, and hypothetically walk out with this watch, pay for it, get the box, get everything that goes with it, because this is not a display only watch. I mean, they can say all sorts of nonsense about it, but if you ever, if you are quick enough and you start operating the movement, they usually try to pounce at your hand saying like, that's display only. Well, if it's display only, why,
oh yeah, this one actually
what's the
ran. They
excitement?
actually set the time for me and everything.
Yeah, of
And they
course,
engaged the
because
pusher. They engaged the pusher.
it's not display only.
Yeah, no, actually, these girls here are actually kind of funny when it comes to that stuff. Um, so one of them actually, see, I don't know what her official role is, to be honest with you. So her official title is sales associate manager for both, primarily for the jewelry department, but she definitely
I
knows
like it.
her
That's
wares.
like Dwight in The Office.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Assistant to the regional
Assistant to
manager,
regional manager. Yeah.
assistant regional manager, sales associate manager. So is she a manager to sales associates, or is she a sales associate who is trying to be made to feel better about herself
No, she
by a
definitely. So she
managerial title?
primarily focuses on the jewelry end. So that's kind of, I think, because you got to remember they're cut down the middle here. So they're actually what is a real uh, sales manager, just
Mm.
strictly for the watches, and then there's one that's strictly for the jewelry. But she kind of goes back and forth, and she probably does. She probably knows the most out of all of them. She probably knows the most about what a watch should look like for the most part. Like she can't authenticate one, but she can definitely call bullshit when she sees it, and she definitely has. She definitely knows how to work on them. Anyways, I digress. But I know she kind of mentioned here in a casual conversation that she was in Miami one time, and she said she's like, "Oh yeah, I popped into one of the Rolex stores and wanted to see what the experience was like." And they told me all the watches were duds and fakes. And she said I just kind of laughed and wrote it down on my notebook and took notes and then walked out. So I kind of wonder if there isn't like that little kind of weird thing where Rolex reps will, I don't know. It's like the crabs in the bucket, right? If one crab sees another one about to escape, they reach up and grab it and make sure it comes back into the bucket type thing. So I kind of wonder if they don't rickroll themselves like that.
Well, what does that mean? I mean, repeat what you meant by that? Like
Well,
what would her
it's like
purpose
Rolex
be?
reps kind of show up to each other's stores and see, who's asleep, and then they kind of just report it back to their own essays.
Oh, of
Kind of
course.
shrink the pool, shrink the pool, if you will.
Of course.
That's why I
Of,
said
of
crabs in a
course.
bucket. All the crabs are in one bucket, and one of them tries to escape, and
Of
then the
course.
rest kind of gang
I
up and
mean,
pull it back down.
by the way, the sometimes, I mean, at this point in time, some of these things started making their ways up legal circuit. But before that, and always, and Rolex will always continue to do that, they also have a very well established practice of mystery shoppers. So sometimes they send people that are, basically put on a mission by the foundation to do mystery shopping in authorized dealers, and anything shady that crops up, like any suggestion of backdoor deals, premiums, um, courtesy swipes or something like that, gets the dealer in trouble with Rolex, with the corporate. So
Yeah.
they do these
I don't know.
things
It's just
all the time.
weird. It's not weird, but it's just interesting to hear another Rolex rep sales associate talk about it, you know? Um, but anyways, I like I said, I kind of go back and forth. I might, and I kind of asked my sales rep. I said, I kind of to round up the conversation here. I said, I just don't want to place the order with you, and I get a phone call 2 weeks later saying, "Oh yeah, your rose gold Daytona came in." Like I said, and then she kind of smirked and she said, "The odds of that happening are not impossible, but she said very unlikely." But she said, I told her, I said, well, I mean, you know the game. I said, gold has really come down here, and as far as availability, anyways, it's no longer quote unquote hard to get. A lot of the dealers are kind of really rushing to push them out, and she didn't say anything, but she just kind of nodded and smiled, like she acknowledged it, and she just kind of said, "Well," she said, um, I'll talk to the manager here, and I'll see if I can't get you a quote unquote ideal time frame on when you should be placing an order."
Mm. Yeah, look, I mean, it's again, as long as you finally make up your mind as to why you want a Daytona, not because it's the only thing you can get at this point from Rolex. There's nothing left on the catalog. Who cares? I don't think anyone should approach collecting watches as a way of checking off boxes. Um,
Well, I mean, it's a lot easier to get a Daytona than it is to get a fucking Paddock Philippe. And then, like I said, it's not worth,
so
in
what?
my opinion.
So
AP
don't get anything.
Paddock,
Don't get
nah,
anything.
no, no, no.
What's the point?
You need a master hype piece. Every collection needs a master hype piece.
Then give away your non-hype pieces and traded them for a gray market Patek. You're done. That's it.
Yes,
You don't get.
I don't think Watchbox is going to take it in reversal for even $500 on a Paddock for a
Well,
down payment.
I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They will take whatever they will take, and at whatever price. But that's the thing. If you want to pay for the hype, you are gonna pay for the hype. There's no. Yeah, I don't know. I don't operate like that. But if you feel like you have to buy a piece, and you really don't like the Daytona, you got to go with what you actually want, not simply what is realistic to get. Well, I mean, what kind of nonsense is that? You're not shopping for a bed. You're not shopping for a family house with a mortgage you can pay. This is a luxury watch, and it's your 10th or something. Don't buy
It
it
would
if you
be my
don't,
13th, I
need it.
think. 13th or
Yeah.
14th, I don't know.
So I mean,
It's luxury lower.
you don't
It's
need it.
luxury.
You don't
That's
need
why
it.
we're in the game.
You don't
We
need it.
are in the game to buy
It's not a
luxury
game.
goods, to flex.
You're driving me crazy. Yeah, you don't actually have to buy this thing, man. It's okay. You have great watches. You don't need a if you don't like a Daytona, you don't need a Daytona. And if you want a Patek, whatever it may be, trade in some watches, like Jamie said, and put on some money on top and get exactly what you want.
Yeah, but there's a reason. I mean, you got to use logic. There's no point in paying 200,000 for a rose gold Paddock when reality is they cost about. I mean, the cheapest one I believe is about 90,000.
No, I mean, look, yeah, get the real deal. You get if you want a sports piece from Patek or AP, and it's going to be your only one, get it in stainless steel. Forget about precious metal. I mean, that's not, yeah, that's not what you want. That's too much. You know, I don't know. For
Oh yeah,
me,
exactly. Well, that's why I'm like, okay, the Daytona doesn't look so bad then. Even if you were to buy it right now today, you're paying 44,000 versus 200,000. Even on a stainless steel paddock, Philippe, if you're going for one that's in the last 3 years here, you're still pushing 100,000, easy.
um, I mean, look, uh, your wrist size being your wrist size, just get reduced size Royal Oak if you like it on the secondary market. Stainless steel, it'll be beautiful. You can actually afford it. They're not that expensive. They're in
But will
fact
the market
cheaper
value
than,
hold on it though?
of course, it's a
Will the
Royal Oak.
investment value hold?
Well, I mean, look, watches are not an investment. You have to disabuse yourself of that myth.
I
Get
don't
yourself
know. I don't know.
40.
My stock portfolio is looking good, Lord.
Exactly. So if you want investment, get more stocks or get 40 acres and a mule or something like that.
I actually bought a
Don't
chunk of
don't
gold today.
invest in
Actually,
watches. Huh?
I actually bought some gold today.
Hey, that's great. Don't buy watches to invest. I mean, that's a fool's errand.
I don't know. I think the Daytonas have historically outdone the S&P 500, haven't they, for the last 10 years? Just Daytonas alone.
I doubt it. Not the precious metal Daytonas, anyways.
Mm.
Precious metal Daytona, until the most recent hype, almost unfailingly sold under retail price. So there's no way that can be good investment advice. Whoever gave you that, forget it.
So you're telling me Archie was wrong?
Archie has been wrong about many things.
Look,
In fact,
at the
in
end of
fact,
the
in
day,
the
though,
last
I wouldn't mind that Daytona and chocolate. It just,
in
I
the
don't
last
know.
year and a half, Archie has been barely right about anything at all.
Yeah,
But that's
man. It's all
another
cool,
discussion.
man.
Yeah. I'm glad you're hydrating, Nietzsche.
Yeah, no, yes. Automatic water is quite loud, isn't it?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
So
Like I said, at the end of the day, it's not a terrible thing, and it would be my first oyster flex. Um,
Jesus.
we'll
But
see.
it's for something that basically costs $40,000. It's not a terrible thing, is your argument. That's your incentive to buy the watch.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's all cool, man.
Um, yeah, I mean, the only thing I will say again is don't buy watches because you think like you have to check off a box for your collection. You don't need a hype piece, whatever that means.
Well, technically, I already have the two
Precious,
hype pieces. I've got the
exactly.
bluesy and the date and the dated. Although the dated, it's in lady
Precious,
size.
precious. Day dates by definition cannot be lady size, but that's another discussion altogether. Um, Precious metal Daytona has never been an investment, and unless you are getting today John Mayer at list, I don't think there is any precious metal Daytona that can land you a significant gain at the spot like that. And in
Really,
long
really?
term,
That not even my Platona?
in the long term, it might stay flat. And again, if there's one right thing that people keep saying about watches as collectors is it may be a decent way to park your money. But yeah, platinum Daytona is I mean, it's not not bad, that impression you came out with. But Marcelo's Platinum Daytona could be another thing that you can get at list, and you are already gaining something. But those are the exceptions, and exceptions make the rule. And by definition, precious metal Rolex watches, for the most part, have never been profitable. It's it can be a certain trend for a year or two, and then most examples will crash. I mean, today again, like I just saw a meteorite white dial Daytona, granted on a what you call cheap and nasty leather strap from an early generation, so not on Oyster Flex, um, for less than $40,000. Who would have thought? Who would have thought just a few months ago? Certainly not a year ago. So don't jump into anything just because you think it's good value. If you like it, if you think it's up your alley, you want a Daytona on an Oyster Flex because it's cool, because you like it, because you think it has a place in your collection, by all means. But don't just buy it because it's not. It doesn't sound so terrible among all the options. Forget the options. Just don't buy anything.
Yeah, yeah. No, I know. I hear what you mean. But damn, what? I don't want to give somebody else the option though. I should steal the option from them.
So hoard and possess is still the name of the game, huh?
Yeah, yeah. These are valuable possessions, Lord.
Hoard and possess. Well, I mean, it's again, it's your money, of course. Who can tell you what to do with it? It's just for me, you have no reason to rush into a purchase just because you need another watch. You really don't. I mean, the last 2-3 rounds in the market, I don't understand. I mean, you have been thinking of, like, hanging up the boots and hanging up the gloves. You were taking a sabbatical. You were, I mean, it's you have said that for your last 3 purchases. I think you said you were done with collecting watches, and you keep buying new things, and it doesn't really make sense.
Yeah,
There's no
I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm in denial that I'll never be able to get the paddock that I want. I mean, there's no way I'm going to be able to get that one. First off,
what
there'd
what,
be no way I'm
what
going
do
to
you
get it at
exactly want?
retail.
What do you exactly want?
So I can never remember the reference number for this one, but it is I think it's the annual calendar, I think, but it's a two-tone. So it's rose gold with the blue dial, Nautilus. And it lists,
The rich man's bluesy, as JJ calls it,
yeah,
right?
the rich man's blues, yeah, and I think the after your taxes you're pushing 85,000. But right now they're still pushing. I believe last time I checked, anyways, they're still well over 100,000 on the gray market.
Hmm.
And it's just not a viable option. Um, yeah, so
It's I mean, you mean the flyback chronograph, of course.
yeah,
There is a Nautilus annual calendar too, but that's not. I don't think they have ever done that in two tone.
no, this is the one right here. Yeah, it's I believe 79,000 some odd dollars and change. But like I said, by the time you figure in your taxes, you're probably pushing 85. Um, but I think last time I checked, they were still pushing like 110,000, something like that.
On the secondary market,
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, if it's one thing to buy an AP, a Royal Oak at like 40 to 50,000, maybe even 80,000. I mean, at that point, it gets to be a bit ludicrous, but it's one thing to do. It's, as insane as it is to say out loud, it's achievable, it's technically affordable, it's obtainable. But when you talk about something like this, 110,000. You have to have a come to Jesus moment and say it's not worth it. It ain't worth trading an entire collection. It ain't worth slapping it on a credit card or tapping into investments. It's just not. It's a pretty watch, but it's just not worth the price tag. Now, will these come down in price? I believe they will, but I just don't see them dipping. If they do dip below 100K, I think you'll still see them sit around
I
90,
think
95,000.
in all honesty, Meech, I mean, again, these sorts of tastes, I don't think I can't argue with your taste, but I think it's ludicrous at list price to begin with. Like, this is, to me, this is not a $75,000 watch.
Oh,
Like,
so it's 80,000.
I love a flyback chronograph, but that movement in and of itself hardly merits this sort of pricing. And at the end of the day, again, I love two-tone watches. You know how much I love two-tone watches, period. From the root beer to bluesy to even two-tone Datejests. I love also, I mean, two-tone Royal Oaks. I love them all. And I do think this is a beautiful piece, don't take me wrong, but 75,700 plus tax for a two-tone Nautilus just because it has the flyback chronograph. I mean, it's even at list price, this is obnoxious. I mean, I know part of your reasoning to even want this watch is because it's so obnoxious, but then again, there have to be some limits.
Correct, and
It's a
that's why I just
couple of-
wouldn't pay the 110. I just wouldn't. Um, and this is where and I think this is where the Daytona probably, yeah, you could definitely say it's a compromise. I have wanted a solid rose gold piece for a while here. Actually, funny enough, I think I could have walked away with a GMT today in full rose gold. Because we were talking about it, and she said, because I basically said, like, yeah, it'd be kind of cool to have something in full rose gold. And as she's typing on the iPad, she said, so like a rose gold GMT, and she kind of peeked at the corner of her eye. And I said, it's a really cool watch. I
Uh-huh.
like it. I said, didn't it just jump up in price too? And she kind of nodded. And I said, I think that's the watch that I'd probably buy a little bit used. I said they're starting to flatline a little bit here on the secondary market,
Uh-huh.
and they're starting to either break even or they're starting to slowly dip below. And I said I think that's one watch that, as much as I love it, I think I would probably buy that used. And she just kind of said, "Oh, interesting," and then she just went back to typing into her iPad. So I kind of wonder if they didn't have one sitting in the safe. Um, but I actually firmly believe on that. I mean, it's a beautiful watch, but I wouldn't buy it retail. I feel like not unless it was about 10 grand cheaper.
Yeah, I mean, look, there are watches that are not meant to be bought at list. Um, and I think a lot of Rolex in precious metal, by and large, is exactly that. Um, and honestly, if you are not too tied up with the most recent generation, there's a lot of great deals when it comes to precious metal Daytona, um, especially on a leather band, but even on full bracelets, full matching bracelets. Um, but then again, you know, why buy it in the first place? I think before you settle that question in your head, before you actually make a decision that you can get behind for a little while at least, for the next few years, don't even bother. I mean, why? You don't have to buy anything. You have a great collection already.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, we really
Stop
should
with the
redo
bargain.
that.
Stop with the bargain basement arch luxury impression. Just, just respond to the reality of the situation, man.
Actually, we really should redo that interview here now that I get everything kind of settled in.
Yes.
Um, but I don't know. I've come to I've kind of had my come to Jesus moment where I just know the Vacheron, because the Vacheron overseas would be that creme de la creme. You know, if I could pull it off, rose
You
gold,
can.
blue dial, I
Oh,
can't.
rose gold. Why
Yeah,
is the I mean, what's
the
this
overseas in
obsession
41 mil.
with pink golds suddenly?
Oh, well, because it actually looks good on me. Like I mean, it legitimately looks good on me. For someone like for my skin tone, it actually looks good. Um,
Yeah.
more so than yellow gold. But the overseas in 41 it's way too big. Whether it doesn't matter if it's steel, platinum, whatever. The overseas in 41 is just gonna be way too big on me. So that's why I kind of compromised and got the day date instead. Um,
Mm.
and the look, I don't know. The 37 in AP is nice. It's a tempting idea. But if I ever get tired out of it, I don't want to be tied in with it in the same way I'm tied in like with my JLC, and I'm going to get absolutely shafted on. Look, it's one thing to lose about half my money with the reversal, but it's a completely different ball game to lose half my money with a Royal Oak. That I don't want to play that game. I don't know if I really want to play that game.
Yeah, I mean, look, anything that is still in production, I can never advocate. I can never condone spending twice, three times, or more of the list price. So whether you will lose or not, I think it's just an unreasonable expectation. But this, if we're talking about this particular piece, which is not my cup of tea at all, uh, but it's still a beautiful watch. I think it is actually a decent design. I, for what it's worth, I do like the dial, even though I think it's overrated a little bit. Like, all this best dial in the industry kind of talk kind of bores me to no end. Um, I do wish sometimes it were a little bit smaller, but for me, it still wouldn't have triggered the purchase. But it is a pretty good watch. I mean, look, I think we have more or less the same wrist. It doesn't sit so bad.
I think I could pull it off in the strap, and I think you could too, Lord. But if you're gonna wear it on the strap, what the fuck's the point? The whole point of buying a Vacheron is the same reason you buy a day date. You're not buying it for the watch head. You're buying it for the bracelet.
Well, I'm certainly not buying it for the bracelet, and you know my reasons, I think, more or less. But we're not going to get into the theological conversation here. Um, I'm specifically not buying it because of the bracelet, but I understand what you mean. It's this kind of watch, overseas, Nautilus, Royal Oak. It is designed to be worn on the integrated bracelet. It is a nice courtesy. It is a great alternative that they have increasingly, especially with Vacheron Constantin, these easily interchangeable strap options, even rubber band. That's amazing. But if you're not gonna wear the watch as it was initially designed, as it was actually made for, why even bother? Um, what I mean is ultimately also this is a watch that you can actually get not too far off from retail price already. And if you're a little patient, I think the secondary market is going to soon drop even further, and you might actually easily get one before the end of the year at
I
list
wouldn't
price,
doubt it.
maybe a little less. Hmm?
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. And I've said this before. I'm perfectly fine if a watch is under 15,000 and it doesn't quite fit me properly. You can find this case example in the Bluesy, the Speedmaster. I'm fine with that. It's under 15 grand. I don't give a shit. But if you as soon as you push that, as soon as you push past 20,000, I want that fucker to fit like a dime. Um, because
Mm.
that's a lot of money to be shifting around just for a watch to not quite look properly. And when you talk solid gold, you want that fucker to just look absolutely minty, minty, minty. So
Minty, minty, minty.
I think when you look at the solid rose gold Daytona, it fits me obviously perfect on my lady size wrist. And I know a Vacheron would look awful. An AP at 37 mil, yeah, I could probably pull it off. But if I just don't like that AP, I in a 37 mil, ooh, I just don't want to be caught. I just don't want to be left holding the bag on that one. I think that one would be a very tough one to sell and get maybe 75% of your money back if you're lucky.
Ah, look, man. I mean, it's this is, by the way, Erling Haaland, the Norwegian striker who plays since the beginning of this season for Manchester City. He's a Breitling ambassador now, but when he could actually make his own choices, he was wearing a Vacheron Constantin overseas in pink gold. So exactly
See,
what you had in your mind.
See, it doesn't quite look good on him, and not to be that guy. Well, I guess I am going to be that guy, but I don't know. It just it I've said this in the past. Yellow gold tends to look better on people of lighter skin tones versus
Can I
rose gold.
can I say something, Meech? Please, be my guest. I mean, because this is about the only thing you might have on this particular specimen. Like, your skin tone may well be the only thing you have on Erling Haaland. So milk it as much as you can, ideally until the end of the show. It. I do agree with you. I do agree with you. But I mean, like, he's more athletic than you. He's more accomplished than you. He's taller than you. I don't know. He's a lot of things that you're
Oh
not.
no, man, he looks
But
kind of miserable in this picture. I don't know.
but but the pink gold watch looks better on your wrist. So by all means.
Anyways, I digress. I mean, this is a conversation that's looping itself at this point. But yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens in the next couple of months, and yeah, we'll go from there. Funny enough, though, that I don't know if this was I don't know if it's an accomplishment or if it's just depressing. But even if I could have bought in that white gold Daytona, it wouldn't have fit me actually.
What do you mean by that?
The rubber strap was too big.
Oh, they just order. There are different sizes of that, so they just order the
Right.
right
So
size.
I'd have to be because and this is where I say I don't know if this is impressive or more or less humiliating, but the sales rep's like, huh? She's like, that's funny. Your wrist really is that small, isn't it? I'm like, yeah, that is the highlight of my day. Yep. So this is how I'd like to end my day.
I mean, it's okay. I mean, look.
And the thing, though, it's not that small. Like it's barely. I don't know. You can slide a pinky in there. That's about it. But
Ooh. Wait, can you take two? It's what?
I mean,
It's not that small, you said.
look, it's just the angle. It's just the angle. It's cold in that. It's cold in that building, Lord. It's cold. It's cold. I just washed my hands too, so there's a pandemic going on.
Were you just in some cold water, Meech? They
Exactly.
did it.
Yeah. Yep.
It's not. It's the angle. It's
The angle. As George Costanza said, there was significant shrinkage.
It's okay, man. I mean, it's just your wrist, Meech. It's just your wrist. It could have been worse.
Anyways, yeah, we basically just ended the conversation with she'll reach out to me and give me a time frame on what what things are going to look like. I did ask though, and it was a bit out of the blue. I said, "How hard is it to get a John Mayer?" And at this point, all three girls were sitting there, and they said, "Extremely hard." They said, "You have a better chance of getting a panda than the John Mayer." And I
Oh,
said,
of
"Really?"
course. Yeah.
And they said, "Yeah, but to be they said, but to be fair,
Uh-huh.
um, so the owner's daughter has been wanting a John Mayer for the last 7 years. So she said even our most top priority VIP would not get it. It would go right to the owner's daughter right away. So she said it would be damn near impossible. So hey, at least they're honest about it.
Yeah, I thought they were gonna say something like, you have a better chance of getting it on with us than, than getting the John Mayer. But I guess that works too. The stainless steel is easier, man. I mean, it's one of those odd things, man. It's really hard to explain when it comes to these sorts of things. Even when you zoom into that Talking Watches episode, right? When John Mayer talks very specifically about how these things fell under the radar when the 116500 LN was introduced. Because, as you know, both the 116, the so called John Mayer 116518, right? And the white gold, sorry, 116508, and the white gold blue dial version 116509, those were introduced at the same time, uh, at the same Basel world as the 116500. um, but because people went so crazy about the ceramic bezel, because that's something that people have been anticipating and looking forward to and really desiring on a Daytona, people completely forgot about them. And even when John Mayer highlighted them, the yellow gold with the green dial took off completely, and 116509, that's still a target of opportunity. That still offers relative value. It didn't take off the same way. So these things are sometimes, impossible to explain completely. You can't account for how things get hyped up exactly. I mean, John Mayer took off the 116508, the yellow gold with green dial took off. 116509, white gold with the blue dial, did not take off in the same way. What gives? I mean, there's no way to explain it. And to add insult to injury in a way, or to make it even more confusing, it's usually the blue dials that are more popular when it comes
Yeah,
to
yeah.
watches. So I don't know. Maybe people needed just something different from the Daytona, since the blue dial has been from the origin associated with the AP Royal Oak and Patek Nautilus. Since people like wearing the precious metal in a visible way rather than the white gold, I guess. And since green, is a proprietary Rolex color, I guess that does have a certain significance, right? It's not exclusive to them. It's not um, a very unique shade of it, but a sunburst green is usually a popular color in Rolex sports watches. I mean, just look at Hulk, right? Just look at the discontinued green bezel, green dial Submariner.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, and one last thing that was kind of off the cuff. So I
Mm.
did ask a little bit more deeper about Ozzy's cute little gift about the mysterious penguin.
Uh-huh.
And one of the senior girls there, she said, "Oh yeah, I'm familiar with what those are." She said, "I've never seen a penguin, but she said, pretty sure the she said the one thing that I got when she was working or when she had kids, um, but she got this giant box set of colored pencils.
Mm.
Um, and the box is like shape of a Rolex crown actually, and like all the colors that like had Rolex written on it. Um, but she said, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure the she said, I'm pretty sure 100%." And she asked the owner's daughter, and she said, "You've got a teddy bear, right, with your daughter's name written on the foot?" She says, "Yeah, yeah, it's in my office." And so she said, "Yeah." She said, "It's not too uncommon," but she said, "I've never seen a penguin, but I've seen plenty of teddy bears and baby blankets, but never a penguin."
Ah. Well, I mean, I had pulled up that article the other day after the show. Remember, Hodinky recently published a piece about, like, our favorite watch related accessories, and of course, like, Swiss knives are a particular genre, ashtrays, of course. Patek and Breguet especially have a tradition of sending Limoges porcelain dishes to their most privileged customers on an annual basis, I think. um but there was also like a Rolex fragrance, um a bunch of different things. I think there was like a Steif branded teddy bear at some point with Rolex. um but yeah, that penguin seems both very unique and odd. And Ozzy was explaining, as you remember, um, his wife did some research basically and found out that Rolex happens to have like a kind of a patronage over a penguin conservatory or something like that. So that's
I
the
wonder who has the
that's
worst
number
gift.
that's number two, by the way. Junior's Junior, Ozzy's beautiful little
Yeah.
daughter, and that's
Yep.
the Rolex plush toy there.
Yeah, be sure to wrap that plushie in saran wrap or put it in a box. No, don't want to depreciate the value there. Oh my God, what is it? Oh my God, Ozzy, my God, no, don't do it, Ozzy. The depreciation value.
Mm, so cute.
Oh my God, okay. You can just see the dollar signs, being shook out of it.
Man. uh, well, I'm glad you're not thinking of having children anytime soon.
Do you, Laura? Do you remember? Are you familiar with the movie Monsters Inc.?
Yeah.
Okay, so remember when the kid is in Mike Wazowski's apartment
Oh, you are
and
gonna
she
ask a
reaches.
plot question? No, I don't remember it in that way. I know that it exists, but I haven't watched the
Oh
movie.
no! So anyway, there's a scene there where like
Okay.
uh Zolly and Mike Wazowski have this kid in an apartment and they're trying to hide it from the Monster Universe government. And
Uh-huh.
the kid reaches up on the bookshelf and grabs Mike, one of the monster's favorite stuffed plushie, and starts playing with it. And the monster reaches over and grabs it. He's like, "Hey, nobody plays with my stuffed monster," and puts it back on the shelf. I feel like that would be me if I was a parent. Nobody plays with the Meech's toys. They're completely collectibles.
Yeah, I mean, look, when we were talking about it, I agreed basically with your point in a way, because we are crazy, man. I mean, watch collectors are crazy, and when it comes to these sorts of things, there are accessories, there are gifts that are sent by the corporate, but like Ozzy said, they have their own Rolex box. They have a whole tag with designated reference number given to it by Rolex. So it's it's like it's part of the whole ecosystem. It's part of the whole constellation. It's not insane to think of it in a way, in a similar vein, in an analogous vein to your watch. On the other hand, of course, it is a damn plush toy. Of course you give it to the
Yeah,
kid to
yeah. No, I'm
for the kid
actually
to play.
glad. Yeah, I'm glad that it's not being, it's not in the collector's box collecting dust. And I'm sure his essays. We'll see that video, and I'm sure they're very happy watching. The little one play with a
Yeah,
stuffed animal,
if
and it's
anything,
going to a good cause.
maybe that will help Ozzy to get some other goodies from his sales associate in some years to come. And
If
yeah,
I was his essay, I would just continuously troll him. I would just continuously send him plushies. Nothing else. No notebooks, no pens, no perfumes, or nothing. Just continuously bombard him with plushies.
honestly,
It would be the
uh,
perfect troll. It'd be like it would be such an innocent troll too. Like he couldn't, because Ozzy would be too nice to say anything, right? So it'd just be it'd be perfect.
honestly, for me, it would be perfect actually, because I'm perfectly childless, and proudly so. So if you give me pens and notebooks, fragrance, etc., I'm sure to actually use it.
Right.
Whereas if you give me plushies, I'll just collect them. I'm a weirdo anyways. Like who cares about what I put away? So I'll just continue to do the same thing that I do with watches. The only thing I know how to do well: collect things. Um, so it would be perfect for someone like me. For Aussie, I mean, for Aussie, it will be great too, because if it's a plush toy, so she's gonna tear it apart and teeth on it, and you know the arm will come off or something, and
Oh
it will
my
be
god.
replaced by the next thing.
Oh,
It'll,
the hordes.
it'll be replaced by the next plush toy. Maybe this time it will be a teddy bear. Maybe next time it will be a Cartier Panthère. No?
Actually, yeah, that'd actually be kind of cool to have. Like, I don't know why I want one, but I want one. Um, it's whatever.
Oh man, it's iconic. It's iconic. Some of that I still remember, some of that jewelry that went up for sale when they were auctioning off Wallace Simpson's jewelry collection, the Duchess of Windsor, um, Duke of Windsor's, um, for a short time, Edward VIII's wife. Anyway, so she had these like bespoke pieces of Cartier jewelry, of which there were like some exotic animals as well, like like a panther with fully articulated limbs and stuff. Let me see if I can find it. I mean, that sort of thing is something that Cartier excels at. So anything with Cartier and panther. Yeah, but your story with Cartier just ended, you think?
I just don't. I wouldn't say never, but it would take me a lot. I don't know. It'd have to be a very interesting card T8 in order for me to bite down on one. I don't think I'd ever go out of my way to get a card TA.
Dude, look at this. This is a bracelet. It articulates right here. Do you see that?
The bend, yeah, I see it.
Oh my god. And here too. How
It's
how how?
it's an action figure, if anything. It's a bedazzled action figure.
Exactly. Well, don't give me any ideas, but
I don't know. I've always kind of admired he. I kind of do in a way admire toy collectors, like legitimate toy collectors, because for two reasons. One, their organization skills for the most part are actually they're pretty dedicated. You know, they'll have an entire room typically for all their displays and shit like that. And the other part is when they do find somebody, at some point they had to sit down and explain their toy collection, the toy madness, if you will, to their partner. And that takes balls. I mean, they're so courageous. And I could never do that. You know, that's like a whole nother level of confidence.
I
So you know what?
remember
I got to give credit where credit is due.
I remember seeing when I was actually active on Twitter at some point. Now I only have my you know, watches and style account, which has maybe like 13 or 14 followers. It's miserable. But I remember a tweet from my past life when I saw this guy basically on a date in his dorm room with a girl, and he was showing the young woman, his Funko Pop collection. And one of the comments, which completely sent me like to the edge, was the D game must be pretty strong. I mean, like you said, you have to have either BDE or the first part of that to be able to actually have a partner with whom you can share some. I mean, it's just, it also reminds me of, there was another meme like that. Someone was saying, um, tell me that your boyfriend would never cheat on you without telling me how your boyfriend would never cheat on you. Do you remember that meme?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. Yep.
So yeah, it would show videos of these kinds of dorks, who are playing with their toys, and
Yeah.
that
And
their girlfriends or wives or significant others would
yeah,
would
I'm
flaunt.
talking legitimate toys though too. I'm talking like legitimate action figures, you know, dolls, whatever. Um, it's Funko Pops maybe a little bit. There's a little bit of a leeway there. Legos, okay, yeah, creating something from nothing, so to
Honestly, Big
speak.
Meech, I don't want to step on anyone's toes, but I think I have more respect for actual toys than Funko Pops. But that's,
Oh,
I
I'm
mean,
not going to deny
yeah,
that. No, I would.
that's my
So,
personal opinion.
like, I can understand like the actual, like the real cool, like the vintage, if you will, GI Joes before they kind of went downhill. Like, I can definitely respect that. Um, but still, it's I don't know. It's like that, like it's like in the movie The 40-Year-Old Version with Steve Carell when he's trying to explain the toys and whatnot. He's talking to Paul Rudd. And Paul's like, he's like, I'm telling you, man, rip them open, play with them a little bit. He's like, no, 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 don't. He's like, I'm afraid if you open the box, they'll lose their value. uh,
This reminds me of that video you sent of a young lady. Um, lady, the one who was talking about how she collects these things because she's mentally ill.
oh, the Funko Pop. Yeah, actually, I follow her on TikTok, and she has quite the impressive collection. It's like kind of a mix.
I'm
I think
sure.
she's
I'm
more into
sure you
Star
do.
Wars stuff.
I'm sure you do follow her.
Actually,
Mitch.
no. I just started following her a couple weeks ago, but I noticed I looked at her collection. It's
Value
mostly
when
Star
you
Wars
take them
based.
out of the box. You shouldn't take them. I don't have all of these because of their monetary value. I have them because I'm mentally ill.
By the way, that's like a $20 Star Wars toy right there. That's
I mean,
they've
this is.
jumped up in price.
By the way, just so you know, this is me. This is me introducing my watch collection to my new girlfriend as well.
I'm
Oh, but they
yeah.
lose their value when you take them out of the box. You shouldn't take them. I don't have all of these because of their monetary value. I have them because I'm mentally ill.
I don't have these. I don't have all of these because of their monetary value. I have them because I'm mentally ill.
But yeah, if you notice in the background, a lot of Star Wars stuff there. I'm actually impressed by the helmet, the Phase One clone helmet on the right hand side that she had there. But Lord, while you're playing through our conversation, you should have played that video on the top before the mentally ill.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe I should just show some pictures and videos of Rachel Starr because she wears a Cartier Ballon Bleu. Huh?
Yeah, no, actually, I'm pretty sure. But the question is, though, Lord, is that real? I mean, okay, aside, I mean, we all know that the majority of the stuff is not real, but is the watch itself real? 'Cause to me, it doesn't actually. The bracelet itself doesn't look fucking real.
I was just gonna spit my wine to the screen. Yes, I mean, I think there's a good chance that Cartier is as real as the tits. Yeah.
No, I mean, okay, we obviously know the tips are not stock. I mean, that's a given. But I don't know. The bracelet looks a little off. Is what I'm saying. It looks like it doesn't look correct unless it's a vintage. Unless it's a vintage one, which very interesting if she wears a vintage.
Hey, Trooper, by the way, I mean, again, none of this is actually drawing an analogy between people who collect toys, action figures, Funko Pops, or stamps or whatever with people who collect watches. So I hope Mr. GMT is watching, because to me, it's not surprising at all that someone in the watch community also collects action figures, because it's the same mental affliction. It's
I remember Curly was giving him shit saying that they were dolls.
Curly is nasty and vicious, man. That's what it is.
I remember I came into a conversation, like I literally hopped on the dungeon and they were arguing. They had like the definition of what is a doll, like what is the true definition of a doll on the screen, and they're trying to argue about Mr. GMT's Superman collection.
Hey, look, I mean, if I were collecting Superman dolls / action figures, and someone asked me, like, what's the definition of a doll, I will tell them, hey, that's the only thing you're allowed to have sex with, so you figure the rest out. So, you should, like, look, I've been, again, as I'm saying, I'm not a hype collector. I've been doing this thing for 2 decades. So in the early 2000s, collecting watches was actually just as uncool as collecting stamps, as collecting action figures, as collecting
comic books, baseball cards,
baseball. It was the same. There was nothing cool about it. No one would ever think that you are doing something interesting. They would think that you are a total dork, which I probably am. So when I'm drawing these analogies, I'm not trying to demean anyone, just so you guys know, and much less Mr. GMT, who is someone I actually like. So
yeah, I like him too. He can he can take it. He definitely.
Of course.
I always kind of go back and forth with my friend who's a sneakerhead. He's a massive sneakerhead actually. We always kind of have a bit of a rivalry on who's got more money, who's the biggest flexer, and he's like, well, these shoes cost $3,000 or whatever. And I said, you know what? The bracelet on my watch costs more than your entire shoe collection. So sit down, son. But man, when you think about it, though, those shoe guys really do rack up a bill, and they rack them up quick. And that's not an easy game, especially to be in as far as flipping. From what my little understanding of it is, because you have to hit that. If you're going to be a shoe flipper, you have to hit that. You have to hit it right at when they release. So you have to get like the 9.5. I think you said you got to get the 9.5 through He said 10.5. That is the sweet spot. He said that's what's most flipped. He said if you go over that, it's harder to flip. If you go under that, they're almost impossible to flip.
Well, I mean, man, isn't it funny that at the end of the day, all of it boils down to shoe size and wrist size and whatever else.
Yeah, but with a watch, you can always add length or throw out length. It's not like a shoe. You can't extend a shoe or you can't shrink a shoe. And I think that's what makes it probably a little bit more competitive.
I'm just trying to restrain myself. But yeah, the sneakerheads always had some pipeline to be cool. Again, for us, and I use this advisedly, I'm not quite sure if I'm included in this us, but for watch collectors, it's a very recent phenomenon that it's understood, that it's considered something mainstream, that it's more than tolerated, but even looked upon as something interesting, intriguing, and just something possibly cool. Like this is very new for watch collecting. It's sneakerheads had that kind of street cred for a while now, even though they face all sorts of other kinds of accusations and whatever else, but that's not, I mean, we don't need to get to the politics of that.
Right. I don't know. I think especially after the pandemic here, it's fairly common to be a collector of something, whether it be entertainment or luxury goods. It's almost a little, dare I say, abnormal if you aren't a collector of something. So like the stripper friend I know, she actually legitimately collects bongs, which is kind of fucking hilarious in my opinion, considering that she is a bit of a pothead. But she actually she buys some very unique creations. Actually, some of them that she would never smoke out of actually, and some of them I think her most expensive one cost her about 20 grand actually, and it's a very interesting piece actually. It's kind of designed to look like a unicorn. But yeah, she said, yeah, I seen it in a smoke shop, and she said I liked it so much that it was actually a display piece. And she had the shop owner contact the creator of it, and she asked, would they be willing to sell it? And they said, well, I have this much into it, and so and so. And they said, well, spit a number out, and maybe I can reach it. And I guess 20 grand was the price tag, and she paid it. So, like I said, it seems everyone's collecting something nowadays.
Well, this is the interesting part. I don't know what to, honestly, I don't know what to make of it, because I know I'm very partial to vintage watches. So obviously for me, watches aging in certain ways, not when it comes to contemporary pieces, but anything before 2000s, it usually makes them more attractive in my eyes. But I have not yet met a sneakerhead who talks about patina and how he wears his shoes and it makes them even better and more collectible or more desirable or something like that.
They're
it's
kind
a
of the polar opposite.
Yeah, I mean, they have whole kits to freshen up and clean up their shoes. They have even professional services that do it for them, and
they'll put saran wrap around their shoes, like a special kind of, if you will, a shoe condom, just to go outside and get the fucking, go get lunch or something.
Oh dear God, they you have these people in the watch collecting community as well. I mean, there are a few people who use those obnoxious sticker sets for some watches because they are too afraid of a scratch or two. My God. Guys, by the way, we just passed the third hour. I don't know about Meech. I understand he's a couple of hours ahead of me, but I'm going to go for another hour because I know a lot of the UK has just started waking up into the Saturday morning. So I'm going to stay on for another hour, but hit the like button while you can. If you have enjoyed the show, if you have learned something from it, if you have any questions, watch related or not, that you would like to post to the panel, if you want to try to out troll the distinguished troll that we have in Big Meech, please feel free to do that with super chats as well. He can dish it, but he can take it too, and that's why we love Big Papa Meech. Thank you for being here, Meech. I don't know what I would do without you.
Yeah, I mean, feelings mutual.
Well, I guess I would talk about auctions, but you know how painfully boring that is. Sometimes even I want to shoot myself. Shamba Basher, thank you, my man. 449 pounds sterling. Good man, Lord. Thank you, man. Meech, this is a question that I like actually asking recently to people who have had some experience collecting watches. If with your current knowledge, but none of your collection, right? If you had the benefit of your experience collecting watches and you had to start from scratch, what would be the first piece you would get? You have no watches, but you have all the knowledge and the benefit of all the experience you had collecting watches so far.
So I've experienced all the watches that I've worn. Okay. Yeah, that's a very interesting question.
And it can be a watch that you don't have in your collection either. Maybe the next move you would make, if you had, let's say, the same amount of money and none of the watches on which you spent that amount of money, now you have the chance to get one watch or maybe 3 watches. But what would be the first move you would do? You are starting from scratch, absolute ground zero.
So am I starting from ground zero, rebuilding my collection? Are you saying like how do I word this? If I'm starting from ground zero, would I change the rotation on which I got them, or if I'm starting from ground zero specifically?
Essentially, Meech, it's up to you. But what I mean is, for example, it can be, look, we don't have to fictionalize or make up an entire scenario, but think of it this way. Something happened cosmically and all of your collection is gone, and you're left with its monetary value. Forget about it. I'm seriously,
I know where you're going here.
Wait. The minute I started phrasing the question, I was like, "Fike." People will think that I'm trying to refer to that. I really am not. So let's put it aside for a second. We can come back to that if you really want to discuss it.
No. I've actually got a very good answer to this because
the only thing I'm asking is, you can do whatever you want. You can spend it all on a single watch. You can spend it on rebuilding your collection. But I'm interested in the first place about the first watch you will get. You have the benefit of the experience. You have all the knowledge that you have accumulated, in which your case is very little, but that's okay. What's the first watch you will get?
The first watch that I would get, actually,
or maybe the only watch. Who knows?
No, I would definitely deal with the collection. I know for a fact I'm the type of person who wants variety, who wants options.
Okay.
But the very first watch that I would get And this is very interesting because it damn near almost happened. And if I had gone with this watch, it
Mhm.
would have changed my collection completely. It would have taken my collection and flipped it upside down. The first watch I would have
Ooh.
gotten would have been the Oyster Perpetual 39 mil in rhodium. That would have been the first watch I would have gotten. My
Oh
very
wow.
first Rolex. And I came very close to buying it actually.
Wow. I
Um,
I could never guess that. Of of all things, I could never guess that you would start with an OP39 in rhodium.
yes, I actually had it in hand. And I actually compared the two when I bought my Explorer. I had them both in hand, and the OP39 was about $1,000 cheaper. Um, at the time, I didn't have a credit card, which is a little, I don't know, maybe that's a little weird because I
Mhm.
think about my first Rolex at 24 or maybe 23. I can't remember. They all kind of mashed together now. Um, but at the time, anyways, so I only bought one, and actually my first luxury watch was a Tudor. But anyways, I digress. Um, the first watch that would have changed the course of history, I would have bought the OP39. I feel like then I would have gotten the credit card shortly afterwards. If I would have gotten the credit card a little bit sooner, or taken advantage of my U.S. bank credit card, which since I was a new client at the time, I had about a year and a half of zero interest on my credit card, so that would have been nice. Then I would have gone back actually to my boutique because the display case is full of watches, and
Mhm.
I would have bought the black dial Milgauss afterwards, um, and skipped over the Z Blue because I actually could have bought the Z Blue at the same time. So already we are going down a completely different path when it comes to quote unquote rebuilding a watch collection. With me knowing what I already know as far as what I have right now. So yeah, it would definitely be a very different watch collection than what we're seeing today.
Mm. Let me see. I think, we can do polls, but I think we can also do um yeah, we can do a poll, but we'll do it this way. With your current knowledge and experience, but on a blank slate, what would be your first watch? So uh someone said a Rolex date just in the chat. Someone said, well, you have said a Rolex OP39 rhodium dial specifically. Someone mentioned an Omega Speedmaster with the broad arrow, the vintage model, but let's generalize it, say Omega Speedmaster. Or another watch, and if you choose that, you should, um, from another brand, you should specify it in the chat, please. So the poll is on. While you are voting on the poll, please click the like button too if you haven't already. I appreciate your participation. So that's great. That's great. That caught me off guard, Mitch. I really wouldn't expect you to start or even get an OP39 rhodium dial if you were to start from scratch. Why specifically? Why would you go for that, and why would you go for that first if you were to start from a blank slate today?
It was just the rhodium dial I really liked. I really did like the rhodium dial with the touch of baby blue on there. Um, and at the time I was offered it for a fucking damn good deal. Like they offered it to me for 5.5 out the door because it was used. And I believe the card was dated, I don't know, it was a year before they actually discontinued them. So what was that? Would have been 2019, 2018. I can't remember when they discontinued them. But it was in great condition. And the only reason I didn't go for it is because, two things. One, I could only afford one at the time because I didn't have a credit card. And two, I wanted Steel Sports, and the Explorer 39 mil. And don't get me wrong, I'm glad I have it, but the 39 mil was like I think I paid 7-1 for it by the time I was walking out the door. But I always kind of regretted not getting that one. And I've seen them pop up a couple times, and they're starting to slowly decrease down in value.
Right.
They're still 8.5, 9. But I've always said if these things hit, if they hit that 9, I mean not that 9, if they hit the 6.5, 5, I think I might fuck around and actually buy one just because of shits and giggles. Because this rhodium should have been technically my first Rolex ever. I just kind of went with the mentality I don't want a used Rolex to be my first Rolex, and yeah, I mean, but it's still a very cool watch. It's very I don't see too many of them in the wild. You even see less of the grape dial. I know the real John P has one. But hardly anybody has the grape dial. The rhodium is still, I don't know, something special about the rhodium.
Yeah, I mean, for good reason. I think the grape dial is a little much, but the rhodium dial actually is a very tasteful little piece. And yeah, it's like 7.5 more or less right now on the market. Chrono 24 being a little overpriced, I guess you can say 7. So it's not too far from what you're imagining or what you are thinking of.
I think by December they'll hit. I think by December you'll see them for 5 all day long.
For sure. I mean, maybe not 5 exactly, but certainly in that range.
5.5. Yeah, somewhere in there.
Something like that. And yeah, it's like, that's what an Oyster Perpetual is supposed to be. It's like the epitome of an unadorned entry level Rolex. It has everything you want, the proportions, the oyster bracelets, the oyster case, which is waterproof, weatherproof. I from a personal standpoint, on my Rolex, I want some sort of bezel. Be it a 24-hour fixed bezel, in stainless steel, a rotational bezel of some sort. It can be for the GMT function. It can be for a timing function for a diver watch. It can be a fluted bezel on a Datejust or a day date. For me, it is what it is. I think the only model that I can really stomach with a smooth bezel, again, from the standpoint of personal aesthetics, is like a 1016 Explorer. But the Oyster Perpetual in the contemporary line is the next best thing, of course, along with the Explorer itself. So I kind of like this one. I mean, you have the Explorer in 39, so I don't know why you would need necessarily something like this, but it's a little bit different. It's not the run-of-the-mill Rolex black dial, yet it is simple enough. It is universal enough. It's nice.
Yeah, no, and like I said, this would have completely changed what my collection is today, actually. When I think about it, there's so many instances in my watch collecting journey, the great journey, if you will, that could just one little 1 minute could have made the huge difference between my collection. And I've always said it's probably a good thing in many ways that I can't pull off the Explorer 2. Because I don't think I'd have any of the watches I do have right now if I could pull off the Explorer 2. I'm fairly confident I wouldn't have had as many. I think I still probably would have bought the Omega Seamaster 300M, but I think I would have stopped after that because to me the Explorer 2, I wanted over the sub all day long and black dial. And given that
you
it's
know
42 mils, I
yeah
can't pull it off.
this is the Explorer you need, but you just have to fuck around and find out, I guess.
I came so close to buying one of these when they were like 5.5. And that was what, like 5-6 years ago. I was still in college at the time. Yeah, like I said, so many instances. Like if you were to look at my collection in the early days, if had things gone the way they were supposed to, I would have an Omega Speedmaster Mark II. My credit card declined because I was using a debit card and I went over the limit, so the purchase was declined, and I changed my mind. So that was that was when I was in college. So I would have an Omega Speedmaster Mark II. Then I would have had the Explorer 2. And I believe the one I was looking at was in Polar. Then I would have had a Datejust from like the 60s or 70s. And then yeah, that would have been the collection right there from the very early years. And they all would have been purchased from eBay. Which I don't know, that's kind of a scary thought itself.
Yeah, I think, look, eBay is like real weathered pro veteran territory. Like, you want to buy watches from eBay in this day and age, even with the new push and authenticators and anything, eBay is still the place to get deals. But one, you need to know exactly what you want. You need to become a quasi expert on the model you want to get. And then you also need to be willing to take a certain risk with or without the authenticator, because at the end of the day, again, not to deny the good faith of the people who are involved and not to denigrate the expertise they might have, I don't think it's a very rigorous process when it comes to the eBay authentication service. So you need to be able to assess the piece on your own, or have a local watchmaker who can do that for you for free, for a nominal fee, or for a favor, something like that. So eBay is still a minefield. In many ways, maybe even worse, because now people started trusting it blindly in a way. But it's still also the place, especially when it comes to anything outside of the big four, like anything outside of Rolex, Patek, AP, and Vacheron Constantin. It's still the best place to get deals. I mean, after that, what is it? You go to the bottom of the barrel. You hunt for watches on Craigslist or something. You don't want
Facebook Marketplace.
You don't have to do that.
Yeah.
No,
And I
you
don't know.
you can use the forums, and forums are actually quite good. Facebook, I don't
The
care for
Facebook
it.
forums are great. The Facebook forums are great, but it's the marketplace. When you hit the local marketplace for your local area, that's when you see the gems.
Yeah, and the WhatsApp groups, I never roll with stuff like that to begin with. So.
I'm in TPG's WhatsApp group. You can trust him. He's going to give you the most quality timepieces at a competitive price.
Shamba, you're absolutely right. If I didn't have 4 other Rolexes, of which I have 2 black dials, I would have thought the same thing. But I love my 16570 from right around 2000 so much that it's really one of my favorite watches. Like, I love fiddling around with every single other Rolex that I have, like, putting it on a NATO, putting it on a leather strap, putting it on this strap and that strap. The Explorer 2, sometimes I put it on like a light gray NATO, because I feel like, that's such a nice vibe. And it reminds me of the good old days when I used to watch Archie Luxury and he used to wear his Explorer 2 5-digit in the exact same way. But that's one watch like I actually love wearing on the Oyster bracelet. And it's that sweet spot. It's like a solid end link bracelet, but not the ultra modern one. Still the 5-digit vibe, but certainly not a vintage watch. It has super luminova on the dial, but it's also all stainless steel, and decidedly pre-ceramic. It's just a cool piece. It's one of the most wearable everyday sports watches ever. I mean, at also that 39-40 millimeter sweet spot as well. I feel it's much more universally exciting than the last version of the Explorer 2. Yeah, a lot of interesting ideas in the chat. I know the poll has been taking its unfolding in a way, taking its trajectory. A lot of people choosing the Omega Speedmaster in one shape or form. If with your current knowledge, if with your experience in collecting watches today, you started from a blank slate, what would be your first watch? And half of the people who responded to the poll said, I would go with an Omega Speedmaster, whereas Meech, who didn't even bother voting in the poll, said a Rolex OP39 with a rhodium dial. Some people said, Trooper said Air King. The Rolex Air King is a great starting point. And Shamba Basher says, in fact, any Rolex would be a great starting point. I might have started with a Milgauss. Nick says, some of my watches come from eBay. And Shamba says, nothing wrong with eBay, but when it's Crown and Caliber who are authenticating, you are in trouble. Again, we are going back to the first discussion that I was having with Chris at the beginning of this broadcast, at the beginning of this live stream, when he was saying that you speak pretty highly of Antiquorum, but they don't have a perfect record. Well, no one has a perfect record. Not Crown and Caliber, not Facebook, not Rolex forums, not Chrono 24, not this, not that. Certainly not eBay. The idea is, one, you do your best to your research to really accumulate as much knowledge and experience with the particular model that you're looking for. And you recruit someone, basically. It can be a friend, it can be a professional. I do certainly offer that sort of expert advice. And have a second set of eyes next to you. Ideally, someone who is not really invested in that transaction. If obviously, auction houses that have their own experts. Gray market dealers have their own watchmakers, as well as themselves, who judge the condition of that watch, who authenticate and who vouch for those watches. But all of those people are, in one way or another, heavily invested in moving that watch. right? When it comes to an auction house, their fiduciary duty is to the seller first and foremost. They don't owe you anything. They owe you an honest representation of the watch within the limits of their own knowledge, which provides the perfect alibi for just about anything. So you have to be, you have to cover your own tracks. You have to accumulate as much knowledge as you can from your personal standpoint. You have to have someone on your side who can uh, tell right from wrong, the true from fake, uh, best example from uh, something relatively inferior. And if you can find this in the dealer, right, if you have that sort of friendship and relationship of trust, more power to you. But if you don't, if you're dealing with someone relatively anonymous online, you need someone on your side. And I'm exactly that kind of person. So if you need my expertise, you can always take a look at that crawling ticker. My email address is right there, as well as in the video description. So feel free to write me an email with the watch you're looking at, or with the particular model that you're in the market for, and I can help you assess either that specific example or help you source the watch that you are looking for. And even if you don't know what you actually want, I can certainly help you with further directions, right? Depending on what you have in your collection and how you want to move forward in a most general sense, right? Let's say you want to get a chronograph and you have X amount in your budget. I'm exactly the kind of person who advises people in that way. Trooper, thank you, my man. $5 Australian. Very good advice. Thank you. I appreciate you. In fact, that's what I do on my Patreon on a daily basis. The few people I have there as my loyal supporters, and the link is in the video description. If you would like to sign up still at that introductory $10 per month rate, I send them links to deals online on a daily basis, at least 3 watch deals every day. And I try to tailor them according to their interest and their aspirations, but I also try to make it as educational and informative as possible. So a lot of times I group these links around themes, around different genres of watches, but especially around models and types of watches that fall under the radar. And that's for that reason really make up a value proposition. So feel free to sign up on Patreon for a service like that, and you can always use that as a direct line of communication to me as well. And that would be a way for us to start this sort of conversation too. We have about another half hour or so. Meech, how are you feeling?
I gotta be frank and honest. I feel like shit, but hey, that's like 7 days a week. So what's the guy to do?
So are you gonna mull over this this next purchase thing? Does that thought exercise help you at all? What we just did, like if you had a blank slate, if you pushed everything aside and you went for one watch as your first watch, whether as the only watch or as the starter of a new collection, does that thought exercise help you reconfigure your thinking about your collection right now?
Oh, I mean, it's hard to say actually, because without, it seems a little funny to say, but I owe my citizens rep in the mall. I owe him 100% credit for my collection, actually.
Mm.
Because if he had not mentioned that there was a Rolex boutique in my town that I typically hang out in, I feel like I'd maybe at this point in time only have two Rolexes at the very most. I would have continued to create the warpath in the Twin Cities, which, to be fair, probably would have been more beneficial to me, considering that I occasionally think of pushing into Patek Philippe, but at the same time, yeah, without him mentioning it, it's hard to say how vastly different my collection would be. But
Mm.
I can already tell you. Well, I may as well tell you how different my collection would actually be here, in a nutshell. So I would have had the OP 39 mil. I would have had the Rolex Milgauss. Then I would have moved on to a Zenith Defy, not the original 41 mil. Because I would have bought
The
that one off the Joma
revival,
shop.
revival,
Yeah, yep.
the brown dial or the new red
Blue.
dial.
No, not the revival. The Zenith Defy.
Ah, okay. The classic one, not the extreme
The
or revival.
Yeah. Whatever one was before this AP knockoff one. That's the one I would have gotten.
I think it was like a titanium piece, right?
Yeah, so the titanium piece with the blue dial, very simple, had a date configuration onto it, very clean. And I would have bought that one off the Joma shop. And the only reason I never did is because I couldn't. What the fuck was it? I was a little hard up for money at the time.
I think it's this, right?
Yeah, yep, it's that one. I still would have had my Tudor Black Bay 41, which and then my collection would have then jumped to the Omega Seamaster, the 300M, and I probably would still have picked up an Aquaterra at some point, and I probably would have picked up a vintage sub. I probably would have. I don't think I would have gotten a ceramic sub. I probably would have picked up a vintage sub, and I think that would have been. I think I would have stayed with my original Speedmaster that I got. So that's how vastly different the collection would have been. I mean, there's some similarities there, but it's still at the end of the day very different.
Hmm. Cool. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I think if it depends on the scenario for me. Like if it's not a nightmare scenario, if it's not as traumatic as potentially losing my father's sub, right?
Mhm.
Which would be devastating. So I don't even know if I would want to return to luxury watches after that. But in an idyllic scenario where I'm not emotionally scarred, but I have a blank slate, and somehow more or less the equivalent of the ballpark figure for the financial worth of my collection, I think I might just get like a first generation Lange Datograph in platinum and be done with it. Just one watch. That's it.
Interesting.
Yeah, just why prevaricate? Why fuck around? Why waste too much time and effort? Just get this, be done with it. You don't need anything else. I mean, I don't need anything else. That's what I'm saying. If I were to
Right.
start from scratch, and I'm not pursuing to make up for anything. I'm not trying to replace anything. I'm not scarred from losing something with emotional value, of which I have uh, at least a couple of pieces, but especially, what I was passed down from my father. Um, I think I would just get this and be done with it. Anything else I would get, I can get like Seiko's or something under, around 500, $1,000. If I want to have a few pieces to knock about.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think I would get this.
Does this have the loom on those subplops? I mean the subdials, excuse me.
No, that's a very special edition, and it's not the subdials, but the entire dial basically. That's luminous. It's a version called Lumen that has that sort of thing, but the standard version does not have that. This is the reference that was introduced in 1999. It was quite a revelation at the time. A flyback chronograph with the big date at 12 o'clock, running seconds at roughly 8 o'clock, and the 30-minute totalizer at 4 o'clock. The first version does not have the power reserve at 6, and it does have a smaller case, and also this perfect triangle of Roman numerals at 2, 6, and 10. The hands are luminous. Um, and you have a tachometer on the periphery of the dial. And of course, that entire urban landscape that doubles up as a chronograph movement. Shamba, I mean, look, it's not, as I said, it's not really a daily, but I can certainly take care of that with, again, we're talking about a fictional scenario, right? Let's not fool ourselves. I'm not ever going to be in real life a one watch guy. But even in this fictional scenario, I would say, hey, I can replace it. I can replace the monetary value of my collection if I'm not emotionally scarred, if I'm not trying to replace anything with this. And then I get a bunch of, Seikos, and maybe one or two, like something like Baltic MR or one, something like a Seiko SKX or SRPE, maybe something like Merci Instruments LMM01, something that can be a dress watch type everyday wearer, something that can be a dive watch type, sports watch type everyday wearer, um, something like that. But honestly, Shamba, I do actually wear a lot of my, so-called luxury watches on a daily basis. I basically rotate through them almost religiously. Whatever I have out in my place, I actually wear them, one by one, day by day. Uh, and believe me, I mean, this is to us, to people like us who know watches. this is a serious watch and you are like, oh, would you wear this on a daily basis? Trust me, even in today's world where people know how to recognize some of these things, something like this, even if it's platinum and Lange and something that costs more than 65, $70,000, this would be much more low key than your average Rolex on a, on a full oyster bracelet and a cyclops on the face of it.
Right.
Most people would not recognize Lange. Doesn't matter if it's a Datograph or this or platinum. In fact, the fact that it's in platinum makes it a lot more low key and a lot more wearable for the everyday than the pink gold version, which is great again, but much less low key actually. Bezos. If only time machines were available. Hey, if only. Trooper says you would probably never wear a chunky SKX. Well, look, the Datograph, even in this original version, which is significantly thinner, um, it's a pretty thick watch. And I wear my SKXs nowadays all the time. I don't know. Look, I mean, check back in if and when I ever own a Lange, and maybe I will have become an elitist by then and will refuse to wear a Seiko even for a single day. But I still love wearing my King Turtle. I still love wearing my SKXs. Granted, they are for very particular uses. Like, I think the last time I wore an SKX unironically to the street is probably a few years away, a few years back in time. But the SRPE, the so-called King Turtle SRPE 05, I wear all the time. When I'm dressed up casually, when I'm not wearing, when I'm wearing like a, not a sports jacket, but like a suede jacket or something like that, something sporty. That's really one of the watches that I wear. I wear it almost as much as I wear my Explorer 2. So I don't know. Yeah, Basil, I mean, ironically speaking, they kind of are. They kind of are. That's why I love vintage watches. Nick Butter was making a similar point earlier, right? How collecting a certain genre of watch takes him back in time, right? To those moments when he was fiddling about with his father's watch collection. And in my case, it's the same. I look at a lot of the vintage watches as time capsules, right? And what is that if it's not time travel in some shape or form? I think that's exactly what it is. That's exactly my idea, actually. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man, so cool.
Did you... Oh man, Nick was just playing another video that was another montage that done by Mookie's program. Did you see the new one?
I haven't. No, I don't think I have. No.
So there was the one on Bluesy, and then there was the Man on the Fucking Moon, and then and those were pretty long, right? And it was pretty impressive that he wrote a code that allows him to kind of go out there and farm these things and just automatically montage it into something. But this last one was even more interesting, and it was even longer, more extensive than references to Bluesy and the Speedmaster. It was pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I'm not gonna. Maybe I'll talk about it in the background behind the scene.
I know which ones you're talking about, but I like the one where it's Archie, where he's basically saying he's reading a super chat. He's like, Mookie's got a program. Who's Mookie? He just
Oh, yeah,
goes
yeah.
off on everything that.
Yeah, that's the meta version. It's yeah, Archie, man. He has this childlike naivete about him sometimes that I find very, very adorable. But for the most part, it's man, it's a lost cause.
Yeah, I saw that my roller crap that I asked her briefly. I said, "So, what do you think of the new art?" She said, "I stopped watching years ago." She said, "I'm going to be honest with you."
Ooh, the Meech. Can you do your?
You know who started that, right? You know who started that?
No, I
It's your
don't.
favorite. It's your favorite friend. At least as far as I know. Every time something was amiss, I know he did it. I know he did it a lot.
Okay. Yeah, but look, I mean, I don't know who you're talking about, but
I'm
I think
talking about your favorite YouTube celebrity. Your favorite YouTube celebrity. Um, he's currently under the OC Foundation LLC. He's now officially owned by OC.
imagine.
Oh, come on. I mean, technically this is a conversation we should be having outside of this. But I think enough people know that OC is kind of keeping things tidy over there.
Yeah. God bless, man. I think there's enough bread for everyone. Um, you know, I don't have any love in my heart for for that particular corner, but I'm not gonna say anything hateful either about them. That's they do their thing, I do mine, and we can go about our separate ways.
I'll just say this: at least I didn't have to witness OC or Tim taking a shower, just really digging in there. Thank God for that.
Wait, who took a shower for what?
Oh, you didn't see that?
Oh,
Well, consider yourself lucky. Make a long story short, Archie hopped in the shower for a super chat or something like that. Man, he was really digging in there. I'll send you the photo. I had to witness the photo. You should too, honestly.
I don't know, man. I did tell you a few times, even though you made fun of me. I said I'm not into older men. Um, so it is what it is.
Yeah, no. I'll talk to you about it later.
Oh man. But yeah, I mean that was a particular genre. Wasn't there like a young guy who had that shtick, like kind of getting naked and taking a shower in front of the camera, like in this
Yeah, I
one.
think on the watch speed. I have no clue. That I have no clue.
There was someone like that. Like it was one of the kids who was participating in the Archie Luxury live stream.
I have no clue. Um, I mean, you know what? When you think about it, when you fucking think about it, there's more people who are comfortable getting like half naked or completely fucking naked in this community than there should be. Between Marcelo exposing himself and then that one time where, like, when you were still on Archie's show, when all the panelists were shirtless.
Dude, thankfully By the way, Nietzsche, of all times, I would have been caught in that situation. I was like right now, for example, I'm like about probably 20 pounds away from my fighting weight. And I use the term very specifically. Like I used to fight around 165. So that's where I am. Whereas at that time I was in like, like mid 70s or something. So I was in tip top shape. If there was one day like where stars would align and I would take my shirt off, I was like, do I really have to? And it was like, it was a nice moment because I actually felt like, that there you go, I will flex for you. Today, I wouldn't do it for $100 super chat because I feel like, I've just gained a lot of weight. Aussie, in the
G'day,
last
gentlemen.
time,
Speaking of shirtless men,
I don't know. Thankfully, I've never had to, and hopefully I never will. Hey Aussie, how are you doing, man?
Good. How you
we
doing,
have,
Meech? How you doing?
Hopefully you didn't mind,
Ozzy, I'm very disappointed in you, Ozzy. Actually, I'm very disappointed in you. Where
Why?
the fuck's the penguin? Where the fuck's the penguin?
It's tucked safely in bed at the moment.
I mean, it pained me to see all those dollar signs just being violently shaken
Squandered.
out.
That's it. Drew Peacock. That was the guy who was taking showers before on camera in the.
Now that I remember that. Yeah, Drew's a good guy. I like him. He's got a lot going on in the back burner, though.
we need a Jeremy Fragrance of the watch community.
Whoa,
Where it just smells like ball sack and.
Who's that?
Oh, you gotta learn from the pro. You gotta look up Jeremy Fragrance and just check his videos out, man. There's no substitute for Jeremy Fragrance. He does all just men's fragrances basically, but his content is king. He's he manages to like drop just the most prolific bombs just in the middle of like a top 5 fragrances for summer. Just
Jeremy Fragrance. That's the channel name.
yeah. It's addictive. It's totally addictive because like he interweaves like his past life experiences just as bombs in the middle of like just short, piece of trash.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Now I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he'd be like,
yes.
"Oh, this one's a really great fragrance if you're meeting a woman or something like that." But like, fuck, I was accused of rape like 3 years ago, but that's over now. Moving on to
I know who you're talking about.
Onto the Sauvage. Sauvage. It's got this really good high note.
I follow him on TikTok actually because I remember I seen him. He was in my
He's a master
algorithm.
of
I
shorts.
suggested. Yeah, for some reason, like he's like, yeah, and this one looks like a dildo. He's like, come to think of it, he's like, I'm still a virgin,
Yeah, he just unleashes the most wild bombs. It's yeah, he will not fail to raise an eyebrow, that's for sure. And I don't think it's intentional. It's just the life he leads, man. Like it's like he'll have this fragrance like, yes, this is just exuding raw sexual energy. I want to go out there and I want to fuck a woman.
Do you think he's a bit?
Just add a woman at the end as if that was an important qualifier because I don't know.
Wait, it is. It is. I mean,
Do you think he's a bit, like a little bit off?
They're sheep, they're goat, they're camels, they're man, they're other man.
I actually can't tell with Jeremy Fragrance. Like he explicitly says he's not gay because he's Christian, but he does have.
I like that logic.
Yeah, I know the fact that he has to is like, I'm not gay because I'm Christian.
Like,
that's
the trump card right there.
I'm not gay, but because thankfully Jesus Christ is helping me restrain myself from smothering you in kisses.
It's constant bombs like that, like where he's like he was blackmailed by like the gay community when he was in a boy band 20 years ago. I was like, what? What?
I need to watch this guy.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
it's
no,
it's
he is
unfortunate.
funny.
You'll learn all sorts of things about fragrances because, as I said, these little bits of bombs are just sort of scattered throughout his videos. So you have to go through about maybe five to
there's
10
that.
hours of videos to get a full story.
But there's a whole genre called out of context, of course. So I just searched Jeremy Fragrance out of context. So maybe that can be helpful. I was for whatever reason, the way you described, rather than a finance bro, I was expecting like a old weirdo. So that's an interesting plot twist, I have to admit. My favorite YouTuber, I don't know if you guys know her, is HRH Collection. Do you know her?
Let me look her
No,
up because
probably
I
not.
may have subscribed to it at some point.
HRH Collection is California-based, actually, Southern California-based jeweler. She has an entire line of kind of like, affordable jewelry.
She's popular.
She went really viral with her rant on beachy waves. Like it's the girl who was made a meme. It's not the vibe. Stop. You remember that?
No.
It's that girl anyway. So she actually
This is fucking
really
outrageous.
funny.
Like these videos are like 40
really
minutes long and they've got like 100,000 plus views.
Right. And you think this live stream game is not gonna work for me. Just you wait. I just need my beachy waves moment.
Yeah, cracking the code. Yeah, it's yeah, holy moly.
Well, I mean, she was. I think at some point in time she was on Dr. Phil. So
right,
it's
a lot of soccer moms.
Oh,
That's why her
yeah.
view count's so high, but her subscriptions are sort of not really.
I mean, she still
Showing
has
the view
almost
count.
500,000 subscribers, so it's not like miserable.
No. But it's sort of like if someone's pulling 6-figure view counts on every single video they upload, with the quality being, dash cam basically. I would expect that person would have had at least 1 million followers, like a 10-to-1 ratio at least.
Okay, that basically tells me you have never watched HRH Collection, because she produces the kind of content. I mean, I actually love her, and unironically,
Right.
but she produces exactly the kind of content that people hate watch. So it's the kind of half of those people, if not maybe 75%, never subscribed on her channel, probably try to press the dislike button, thumbs down.
Right.
Because they think it's gonna do something, harmful, etc. Anyway, so it's that kind of content.
I get
That's
you.
why
I get what you're saying,
brand.
because like the latest video here is rich skinny versus poor skinny, and I'm just like, this doesn't require 48 minutes. There's going to be some vapid rambling.
Like, you do realize, by the way, this is something that I'm trying to adapt to my own show once I finally set it up. But she usually the first 2 minutes is something like this. It's dashboard, right? So she oh, okay. Hi guys. It's like she takes, like, literally and quite seriously. It's not. It feels like it's not acting. Like, she fixes herself up in front of the camera. She perfects her makeup. Like, she says, I have to do my droopy eyes and whatever. And then she drives into a drive through and gets either coffee or food. And then if it's food, she eats it, and she touches her hair, and every time she touches her hair, she says, like, shut up, it's my own food, I can do whatever I want. It's like the same shtick over and over, and it's it's so endearing. It's just great. Like you sometimes people say this or that person doesn't have a filter. This is a person who literally does not have a filter, to the point that you feel like there is something neurologically divergent about her, because there is no way that your thought process can be so transparent to your fellow human beings. It's not possible for anyone to be that direct. Like, she doesn't have an imagine a person who doesn't have an interior.
So basically, someone with Tourette's.
She has no mental world. Like, it's all exteriority. Everything that she thinks is said and articulated. It's like an entire event. I mean, everything that she does, and she does have, actually, on top of that, she does have good taste. She has a very distinct sense of style. It's an interesting character. No, that was HRH collection. Champa Basham, not AC3.
It's true. There's a lot of parallels to AC3 in what you said.
Yeah, perhaps.
I
met a normie just before about watches. Like, they know enough about watches to be dangerous, but it's funny. Like, I didn't tell them what I've got or what I do or so, and that sort of thing, but they mentioned along the lines like value retention. You got to get the Rolex that's a chronograph. I'm like, oh, okay. Like the Daytona, that's just the one to get. Just get that one. If you happen to be shopping, just get the chronograph one, because that's going to be easy.
I mean, that's actually not so bad. That's a good point.
Yeah, well, it'd be hard to understand exactly why that advice is so useless. Just get the Rolex that's a chronograph. Like, if you're going to the store and you want to watch, just get the one that. Can I have the chronograph one, please?
Honestly, Ozzy, depending on how you look and what kind of day it is, and if the stars align, that might be a much better way of getting that than saying, I want a Panda.
Yeah.
Right? To sound like, oh, you really don't know what you're talking about. I just like, hey, can I have the chronograph one, please?
Yeah, my friend said that one is worth more money, the chronograph one.
Okay, well, I mean,
thing.
At that point, they're probably going to tell you to leave.
Is that true? That Big Mitch, is that true that they actually told you to leave literally when you lowballed them?
Yeah, but it was in a joking manner.
Yeah, I get it. But I mean, what's a lowball for that watch? I mean, honestly, I would not buy it at 5,000. I just wouldn't.
Well, they had it marked at. I think they had it marked at 9. Was it 9.8 or something like that? Which it was only dropped a couple $100. Because initially they offered it to me at 10,000, and then it was at 9.8. So it's like, yeah, it's not even. It's whatever.
Like, that watch deserves all of the low effort tutor hate that you normally put out. Like,
no, I've told them.
That's a poor man's Rolex. It's stupid.
No, I've told them, because they've tried offering it to me a couple times, and I just told them, like, straight up. I said, look, if the dial was just baby blue, like if it was like the blue, like if the blue 58 and then the gold, I think it would be a very fantastic watch. I think, all right, people might go crazy for it. But I said, at the end of the day, I said, the gold looks fake. It looks like it's bronze, if anything. I said, it's an ugly green. I don't know why Tudor, like, I know why they did it, but I don't know why they did it at the same time. I said, at the time, when I was offered to it, they were going for 16 grand. I don't get why these fuckers got a price hike. Like, that's going to help the situation. I said, they're undesirable watches. Nobody wants them. None of the dealers want to be caught dead with them. None of the gray market dealers want to be caught dead with them. I said, they're absolute fucking garbage. Yeah. And of course, the manager just started laughing. She's like, "Well, we can always appreciate and count on your honesty."
No, like honestly, what the hell were Tudor thinking? I mean,
To me, it's just I I don't know if they got carried away. We will have the silver, we'll have the bronze. Why not have the gold as well? Kind of like an Olympic collection, maybe. And of course, coming from the Wilsdorf legacy, I guess combining gold and green makes more sense, right? Rather than gold and blue. I get all of these things, but to me, Aussie, it is an exaggeration to say maybe even if it were $5,000, I wouldn't get it. But at a certain level, for me, that speaks to a certain truth, because to me, this watch is kind of diametrically opposite to Tudor's raison d'être. Right? I mean, there's no reason that a gold Black Bay should exist in Tudor's lineup. It's just counterintuitive.
There's no reason gold should exist in Tudor in general, like the two-tone Black Bay 58
but,
shouldn't
but,
even
but I was
exist.
about to say, even with the two-tone, they had a little bit of sense, a little bit of self-preservation from the perspective that they didn't go all out. It's a sort of a gilt two-tone, right? So they know they can't command the price premiums necessary to justify putting, solid gold onto the watch. This is just wild. It's
You
not
can't
even the
see
right
it in
watch
this
for
photo,
it as
though.
well. Like, it's not like
But
this
you
is a Tudor Royal or something. It's like, just
no.
why?
But you can't see it in this photo. But there, right next to it, was a root beer on a diet root beer on a strap, and I asked them what they wanted for it. And I'm pretty sure she said, "Well, we'll do a deal for you." And I'm pretty sure she said 4.4 for it. And I can't remember what they go for retail. I think they're like 5.5 by the time you throw your tax on. But I
For a
was surprised when
two-tone?
they returned
Or you're just
for the
talking about
diet
the
root
Pepsi?
beer. No, the diet root beer, not the diet root beer.
So two-tone.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I think this is still a little bit harder than, I'd like to see it, but,
It
they did their
looks
best.
nice, though.
Yeah.
It looks nice for what it is.
Oh, no. What I mean is, like, the price point is a real sticking issue, and they've done their best by not going full gold on the gold parts on that thing. They gotta, honestly, when almost all of Tudor's watches are just superb value. These gold,
dog shit.
these precious metal encrusted ones are just a little tough to swallow.
And I mean, also the fact that of all watches that they could have an exhibition case back, like you do this on the gold one, with this unadorned movement, literally stealing, that little bit of gold as well.
Yeah.
It's just so like there's no end to the wrongs committed to.
Well, I get the argument, like it was to make it lighter, but at least fucking decorate the movement. My God.
Who wants a lighter gold watch? Like when has that ever happened? And again, I was just gonna complain when we were looking at the 5980 two-tone Meech, the Nautilus flyback chronograph. I was just gonna complain, but I restrained myself, saying, like, it's a two-tone executed in stainless steel and pink gold. Why not have the rotor in pink gold as well, rather than yellow gold, right?
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
It's Patek, and you have a watch basically at 80,000. You can at least match the metals here too. Okay, you want an exhibition case back, and you are selling a watch at basically 18,000 out of the door. At least put a gold rotor on it. Why not?
A gold-plated. Tootie would do a gold-plated rotor.
Not gold-plated. Gold.
They would, though. That's what's funny about it.
But I mean, see that that's an aspect that just sucks. You know what I mean?
You
What-
need this
what-
watch.
Once
Come
you're
on,
at
you
a
need
cer-
it to flex on the punters.
right. Once you're at a certain price level, which to me is above $2,000, the watch should have no compromises anymore. You know, it just shouldn't. Even a Tudor is cheaper because it doesn't have the brand recognition, and they cut back on certain machining, machining techniques that are just too expensive to put on that watch. But it's not a compromise. It's it's part of the design. So, for example, on Submariners, you've got the coin edge bezel, while on the Pelagos, it's just a straight cut. You know what I mean? Like there's 5 times less movements from machining, but it's not 5 times less of a watch, So that's where you can do it. But anything, as soon as you're spending thousands on a watch, there shouldn't be compromises where you go, oh, it should get this, it should get that. It's, to me anyway. But that's where Tudor just fails horribly once you start adding precious metals, because they can't not add the price, but it's just not very good value.
Yeah, but I mean, like Lord said, who the fuck is gonna blow 17 grand on a fucking Tudor? 17 grand will get you
leather
a
strap.
Submariner date. It'll get you a Submariner date right now on the gray market.
Yeah.
It'll get you a bluesy. It'll get you a bluesy, 40 or 41. It'll get you a bluesy in 40 or 41. Who the fuck is gonna say, you know what? Fuck those watches. Give me the Tudor
it's
Black
also
Bay at 58.
it's such a weird watch to get the full gold treatment, in my opinion. Like, it's just like the 58. We love it, right? But
It's all
why
right.
does that one get a gold version? It doesn't. I don't know. I think Tudor aren't there yet with a watch that justifies going gold.
It's
and it's
not
not like
even real
Rolex
gold.
jumped into gold this quickly either.
No, I mean that one is real gold, but the way they finished it makes it also look.
It's
not-
rolled gold. There's another way of saying gold plated, except I mean, it's
It's just
I don't like it.
yeah. No, I mean Black Bay 58 is not supposed to be executed in gold or in two-tone. It's just it's counterintuitive. It doesn't speak to the spirit of that watch. And for Tudor to have, especially recently, they have had a pretty good record. It's the Ranger. I know maybe some people think it wasn't as popular as they had imagined. It struck the right chord. The Pelagos 39, that struck the right chord. Certainly, it's gotten a lot of good feedback.
It's an
I
allocation
think
piece.
right. It's practically selling like hotcakes.
I'd say getting a Pelagos 39 is harder to get than all Rolexes except for a Pepsi or the Daytonas. I'd say it's harder to get than a Batman.
The Black Bay Pro, that's been selling really well. So, they have been on the right track for sure. So we are in a way opening old files and really a model that they have more or less sidelined. I mean, I've never seen. Okay, they have it in stock. Sometimes, like places that sell Rolex and Tudor might have one in the case as pre-owned, but it's not particularly a model they're highlighting. So I do agree with Shamba Basher. Maybe it is a model that they have used as an experiment and realized pretty quickly that it's not hitting the right spot. I understand that. I can give them a break because they have been doing so well afterwards. But Dodger, good morning, man. Good morning to Poland. I hope all is well, and all is well in the Dodger household, Mr. and Mrs. Dodger. And I do understand that they have a whole. I think they were checking boxes, going back to that stupid
All the
collection philosophy
materials,
where you have
ceramic, bronze, silver, gold.
Exactly. The Olympic I mentioned, but I was also gonna say, they also have the ceramic. They
PVD.
they did titanium before Rolex, PVD, etc. So I think they just wanted to make sure, hey, we can do two-tone, we can do gem setting, we can do gold pieces, so on and so forth. So they just wanted to give the whole range, and now they can sit back and please not do that for a little while. Like no gold, no 18 karat versions of any Tudor models, please, for a while.
They got to do a carbon fiber and tungsten.
Tungsten, I don't know about that. Carbon fiber is it's kind of a hype, I mean, ceramic.
Yeah, carbon fiber is
fiber.
definitely a, how do we say, it's an obvious one. Very, very difficult to execute. I gotta say, I mean, what carbon fiber watches exist out there except for like Richard Mille?
Speedmaster.
There's a
I think-
Speedy.
I think Tag just like the Monza, the new Monza is carbon fiber, if I'm not mistaken, largely.
It's so tricky though. I mean, carbon fiber is just, it's a cheap material, right? So it's sort of, I don't know what I would expect from something. Oh, I tell you, I did see one. No, it was ceramic. Shit, I saw an Octofonissimo, and that was very, very cool in this matte black, but that was actually ceramic.
Yeah, there's actually a very, very decent deal for Chrono 24 for that. By the way, going. This is actually a good point to close as well, because it's past 1 a.m. now, and I'm not gonna stay up for much longer. But I was talking to Meech earlier, and how I shut down when Bulgari was trying to tell me, "Hey, we have a salmon dial Octofinissimo coming up, but you have to build up buying history." And I literally said in verbatim in these words, "I don't play those kinds of games." And suddenly she was like, "Well, if that's only if you want to get it right away. If you want to wait, they will pop up on the secondary market." Imagine, like, she did a whole 180. She was like, "Okay, this guy actually knows what's going on here, so I'm not gonna try to fuck around with him. Like, I will just tell him, hey, you're cheap. You don't, you don't want to buy anything from me. I understand. I know your mentality. I know you're kind. Just wait a little longer after it comes out. You'll find something on the secondary market, and it will be even cheaper." So I really loved that she did that, like, in 2 minutes after I said, "Hey, I'm not gonna buy another watch or some some cheap jewelry for for a sugar baby or something. I'm not doing that. So just forget it. Forget I ever asked." And she was suddenly like, "Hey, I was only saying this if you wanted it immediately. If you just wait, they will be on the secondary market and cheaper." And I'm like, "I know."
Shamba Basher says they will do platinum next.
I it wouldn't surprise me.
$29,000 for a platinum Black Bay 58 on a strap.
Oh my!
There's gonna be somebody out there that would buy it at retail too.
I'm actually one thing I'm looking forward to for Watches and Wonders is precisely the opportunity to test out Aussie's theory that they are treating titanium as a metal that's kind of upmarket compared to the stainless steel. And it makes sense on some level, and it is kind of self-evident from how they priced the Sea Dweller, etc. And of course, like, it's always that case when Audemars Piguet started using stainless steel with Royal Oak, since they had to go out of their way, right? Which is not really the case with Rolex. I mean, Tudor has been using titanium, so it's not like they really have to go to other sources and reinvent the wheel when they make something out of titanium. But they can always say, "Hey, we have different production costs and different supply chain circuits and issues and whatever else when we're doing titanium. So even though it's not a more precious metal, it costs more for us to produce. So I can see the logic, but I still want to see how the pricing will be if and when they introduce a more serial production titanium Rolex watch, like something like a Yachtmaster or a Submariner.
They've given themselves a lot of room to do whatever they want still, despite the introduction of the challenge and it having a literal price. So I think the only real question is, will it be close to two-tone prices, like say a Submariner two-tone, somewhere like 16, 17, or will it be closer to full precious metal? So the Yachtmaster is a great question. Like, if I was to get Sir Ben Ainsley's, Yachtmaster 42 in titanium, I would pay just as much as precious metal, I think. Like, I think it sort of justifies it, but that's still a lot of money. So, and there is a prestige in actual precious metal still. So it would still be a little weird to me if it wasn't at least a couple $1,000s less than actual gold, but they can ask for what they want, honestly.
Well, I mean, you got that right, of course. Yeah. And in either case, I mean, something like this, because it will be, I know that word is thrown around pretty easily come late March, but for Rolex's lineup, this will be a true novelty. If a Yachtmaster 40 or 42 comes out in titanium, it will be a true novelty. So they can price it however they like, and it will still sell out, no doubt.
Yeah. And I think it would be justified. So if you get the precious metal look, as in it's got the sandblasted bezel and oyster flex, they've given it the suit and the accessories of a precious metal watch without it literally being a precious metal watch. And so it can easily get very, very close. How close it is to a two-tone versus precious metal, who knows? I don't see this being at a discount. There'd be no point. You know what I mean? Like if it was like really cheap, like say, slightly above the two-tone Yachtmasters, that just seems way too cheap. Even though that would be relatively justified price point. What do you think, Meech? Would you be caught dead in titanium?
I don't really oppose titanium, honestly. I just I don't know. In Rolex, it's interesting. It's interesting because everyone thought Rolex would never do titanium because the general conception was titanium's for poor people, and then here we are with the titanium deep sea challenge. So time will tell.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a very cool watch, and if it comes on the Oyster Flex, I think the pricing will probably be right under the white gold and yellow gold. I think yellow gold Yachtmaster 42 is actually a few $100s less than the white gold one. So I imagine, if we have a titanium Yachtmaster 42, it would be maybe a thousand or a couple of thousand less than the yellow gold one, but not much less. Certainly not cheaper than a steel 40. So it makes sense, but I still wanna see, for Rolex to introduce a titanium.
You think they'll
model.
introduce one this coming year?
honestly, I think it's going to be. I think it's going to.
No, they will not introduce.
Okay,
You
then I'm not gonna speculate. The
forget.
El El Professor
Yeah,
has
I wasn't going to guess
spoken.
that they would.
I was
I
gonna
just
say they're gonna
half
put it on something stupid like a date just.
no, I half
No, not
expect
Pages
or
for
slash
sure.
want Rolex to just do nothing at Watches and Wonders and releases. Like honestly, some of these releases just we we just didn't need. Just stop doing releases. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, as much as I trust the professor's judgment, and welcome back, Professor. It's nice to see you.
You can.
I was just about to close actually because I'm falling asleep and I've been standing, for 4 hours and a half. I've been standing up, so I'm basically depleted. But um, yeah, I'm not gonna reveal anything that we talked about behind the scenes, but I feel like I caught you in an unguarded moment at a certain point, which made me think that they might release something in titanium. Maybe, maybe. But of course, you never know. I feel like they're gonna do something for one of the anniversaries, of which there are many. Both the Explorer and Submariner came out in 1953. The Daytona came out in 1963. 60 and 70 are kind of weird thresholds, maybe not significant enough. But I also feel like, Rolex usually does something little with these things, and it might not be the titanium, but I feel like they're not going to pass up on the anniversaries. And one of those anniversaries, I feel like, is going to do something with the titanium, but it's complete speculation. I know absolutely nothing. And I feel like the Submariner just makes too much sense, but I might be completely wrong.
I
So
feel we
very quickly, I think that they will not do anything on titanium. They will do something on the anniversaries, but it will be unattainable for
But
99.9% of the people.
that's a given, Professor. But tell
Yeah.
me why it would be unattainable if you really want to teach us something. Like, because it will be unobtainable by definition. If it's a novelty by Rolex in the first few months of its release, there's no way to get it unless you are either really lucky
Yeah.
or a very good customer of a dealer, and ideally both.
No, it will not. It will. I don't think it will be sent to the usual dealers. For the first 1 or 2 years, it will be to few dealers, and each of the grand offices will decide which of them gets it. It's like the challenge, the deep sea challenge. In the UK, it was sent to 25 authorized dealers. In the UK, you have about 280 of them. So 25 got it. They will be similar to the anniversary pieces. The titanium, I think, has mechanical, let's say, technology refinement issues. I think. I don't know anything about this, but it has some refinement issues. The other thing is that do not be surprised with what they come up in terms of two tones and anniversaries and precious metals and the Jubilee bracelet.
that's it. It's confirmed, guys. Actual root beer. Root beer coming out.
No. Didn't neither deny nor confirm. Get in trouble. No. And the other thing, I think you said it, Lord, or was it Ozzy? And it's great to see all of
It's
you.
we have
I
at
think
this
it was.
point in time, at this point of the night, I think we may have merged into a collective intelligence, Professor. So it doesn't matter whether it was Aussie or
Okay, yeah,
or
I know. I think it was said that Watches and Wonders is not anymore the place where they all of them announce the big releases. It's usually what they want to do is like Ozzy knows this. In at Shot Show taking place now, it was just completed. Um, it used to be the place to go for all the releases: pistols, rifles, guns, bullets, hats, anything related to tactical shooting stuff. But now, from experience, and I think the watch world is learning this at the same time, a lot of the releases are happening during the year because of many things. You touched on it, Lord, very wisely and correctly. It has to do with integration, vertical integration, supply chains, and all of that. And so sometimes they cannot match, the deadlines for the April release. Remember, some of these watches have been in development for 5 to 7 years, and already Rolex is producing right now the new iterations for the April announcement, right? It doesn't happen in April. They begin to produce the new year releases. They have to go back a few months, right?
sorry, Professor, no disrespect, but this inside joke is just too much. Deep sea Deep Sea Challenge only provided to authorized dealers that brought Krispy Kremes to the headquarters.
How do you think it gets decided, guys? Seriously. Seriously.
I mean that's one of the Professor. That's one of the, I think, blessings of the internet slash social media age. Now they can actually, especially in the post pandemic era, they have realized that it
Yeah.
is a good thing to spread out some of these releases, because sometimes you are working on so many things at once, and there are models that can carry on the hype and maybe even thrive under the atmosphere of Watches and Wonders. And there are models like the new Tudor Ranger, for example, that would have been completely lost in the noise if it were released in April. Or
Exactly.
even the Deep Sea Challenge, even if it were ready, I don't know if it was, but if it were ready and it was released in Watches and Wonders, it would have been lost in the noise. It would have been one of the half a dozen new things that was released, and it wouldn't have gotten its own spotlight and its own kind of time in the sun, so to speak.
Well, I
So
mean, not to be disrespectful, but a sort of a preview or release at such a trade show is a sort of a low rent way of launching your product. I.e., well, you do it there because all the journalists are already there and they can come by and produce a bunch of content for you and spruik it and whatnot. So it's useful as long as you're confident you couldn't have done better.
unless you are Jacob and Co, and you can give free week-long trips to Sicily to like a whole core of journalists, but not everyone has that kind of cash to throw away. um Maybe not even Rolex, who knows.
We need a super chat. Lord needs a super chat. I'm becoming a marketing guy, Lord, as you can see. I'm starting to
I like
develop these.
I like it, man. I mean, if Archie Luxury isn't gonna do Archie Luxury, we have to do it. Send
We,
money now.
we need a super chat. My, my God, if my mom
um
sees me, she's gonna say, "What happened to my son? What have you done, Professor? Where are you?" My family looks at me and says, "Something has gone really wrong with Daddy. Something is really wrong with this young, old guy. He's talking about watches all the time. completely cuckoo. That's it. My wife says, "Are you still talking about watches?"
Yeah, you see, I mean, I've taken care of that problem. I've nipped it in the bud, so to speak. So I don't have a wife who can take me to task for these kinds of things. Um, but yeah, so they have now, like Ozzy said, it is of course very convenient and maybe cost efficient way to reveal products. But then again, when you have umpteen number of things to present, and you have the anniversary of this, the anniversary of your own manufacturer, right? That's something that a lot of independents started celebrating now, the 5th anniversary, 10th, 20th. Chopard just celebrated 20th, I think already a couple of years ago, for their own separate manufacturer in Fleurier, etc. There's just so much that they release now. They really use social media and internet, and a lot of the journalists, again, to broadcast their messaging about these, even in the Zoom era. They did a lot of product presentations through the Revolution magazine, especially, but through many others as well, with Zoom.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Lord. You hit it. I think this is it. I think everybody. It's like in the world of rifles and pistols. There is so much they're releasing every year. We live in the golden age of pistols and golden age of watches. They release so much product that you cannot do it and just have
Mm.
it ready during one show. And also, you need to captivate people's imagination and aspirations by doing multiple releases each year. It's no longer we used to go to Basel, we go to Basel and we sit there and they all tell us how great they are and, oh, okay, great. Now this is all gone. It's all social media. The influencers, the people who get the first hand release, that's the most important things. And I think eventually, because the authorized dealers don't need to go to Watches and Wonders, by the way, because they're being called to head office, the big ones at least once every 6 to 8 months. So they tell them what to do. Hey, come over here. Let me tell you. They don't tell them what watches they'll get, but they do have very close, interactions.
Okay, guys,
You're
I
you're
think
about to collapse, and
I'm gonna pull the plug.
yeah,
Also, thank you for your presence and support. Certainly, thank you to all the panelists in Meech, Aussie Expat, and the professor who joined us in the last gasp. Thank you, Professor. I wish I could entertain you a little more, but it's
no,
it's
of
been
course.
4 hours and 40 minutes already.
Oh my God.
Jake Brooks, Nick Butter, Shamba Basher, Trooper, Bezels, thank you for your super chats, and to everyone else who was in the chat, thank you for your interventions. Thank you for your presence and support. Please hit the like button on your way out. I, I will wrap up the auction results tomorrow. I'll take care of that. But in either case, we'll be back here with Watch Talk. In the meantime, if you want to write to me, the email address is lordhellespont5 at gmail.com. That's lordhellespontv at gmail.com. You can see that information in the crawling ticker and in the video description. If you do want to get in touch with me, that's the best way. But you should, I think, take advantage of signing up on Patreon, because that's a good way to not only stay in a direct line of communication with me, but also get daily updates on the watch market in the form of at least 3 different links to value propositions online. And I'm going to expand that service at the end of this month, but it's also going to come at a higher price. For now, it's $10 a month, and if you sign up now, you'll be grandfathered for the rest of the year. So feel free to do that. Same thing will apply to, of course, people who have been supporting me on there. As long as they remain signed up, they will be grandfathered into that program. I haven't yet decided what additional perks that I will provide, but there will be more than just links. So stay tuned, stay signed up. It's only $10 a month now. I think it's a good deal. But in either case, click the like button, upvote the stream. It does really help. Tell your friends. You know, I want to expand the community. I really do want to reach 5,000 subscribers before the end of the year. So that's my next goal. If you help me in any way to do that, that would be actually the most generous thing you can do. So take care. Stay tuned. I will see you tomorrow. And until then, I bid you adieu. Bye, everyone.